Can you hear me? Yay!
Okay, if I could get everybody to take their seats, we'll get started right away. All right, let's call the meeting back to order. Okay, so given the technical difficulties we had before, we will restart where we were. So I will go back to Councillor Rasevich. I'll kind of get you to start again. We'll kind of reset where we were, and I'll give it to you just reset so we can say it for everybody online as well. Okay, go ahead.
All right, guess we'll try this kickoff again. We got delayed here, so here we go. I'll just, I guess, again, a lot of my amendments, and this is the third one, is to get some reprieve for our taxpayer, to reduce the 1.8% mill rate increase for the city. And so this amendment is that funding of $220,000 for equity, diversity, and inclusion staffing be denied, and that these services be absorbed by the people and organizational culture department, which I'm assuming is human resources.
Okay, so I'll look for a seconder for that amendment. Okay, Councillor Bizo. And with that, I will open for questions. Sorry, Councillor Rasevich, was there anything else you want to say? I'll just give it to you first. You'll also get a chance to close as well.
Okay.
But if there's anything you want to speak to before I open it up to our colleagues.
Sure. Just want to say that, you know, this is some money that we can bring back, I guess, you know, instead of maybe having a duplication, we could just bring it back to human resources. You know, I think everybody, human resources, I'm assuming, treats everybody, I guess, equally on the same level playing field. And I mean, that's kind of, I'll leave it at that. And I guess the other point is, hey, again, we're looking for spots where we can save money to the taxpayer. We talk about affordability, we talk about trying to help the taxpayer, and then there's a affordability crisis, but it seems like we're talking about it, we're not doing nothing about it. So again, these are small pieces of, you know what, and people say it's not a lot of money, but you know what, every bit of money is money.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll open it up to questions. So I have Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate the spirit of trying to save money for our taxpayers. I feel the same, but I can't support this amendment because I feel like it's a step backwards in any process that we've made in addressing systematic inequalities. I'm worried that the message that denying dedicated funding for EDI staffing sends a lot of our equity-seeking groups and the broader community about the value that the city places on creating diverse, equitable, and inclusive cities. So with that, I have a couple questions, and I think this might be mostly to administration. Considering that the budget was developed with the aim in advancing equity, inclusion, and diversity for all residents, how could we ensure that this core value is also embedded across city functions if the dedicated staffing tasked with these initiatives is absorbed into a department with a broader function?
Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I think I'll start out by saying that the work wouldn't be absorbed, it wouldn't be done, and that the EDI work is currently done in our HR department. We have one FTE assigned to FTE or to EDI for the entire organization. City administration under the instruction of former council, and in collaboration with an external consultant, produced a 2S LGBTQIAP+ report, and a strategy came out of that with a short-term work plan. And so that involved things like increasing training, inclusive spaces, and some broader EDI initiatives. And I would welcome any counselor or resident to go back and have a look at that. So although this would be a cost savings, I do need to be very, very clear in saying that nothing would be absorbed, the work would not be done. And some of the research that was done through the process of developing the report, I think something like 77% of youth who identify as sexually diverse have experienced bullying in the last year. Sexually diverse people are 23% more likely to have suicidal thoughts. There is absolutely systemic barriers and bias, both internally and externally, and I think that this is not a place where we should be cutting resources. I would argue we're under-resourced in that area already.
So what I'm hearing is that if the dedicated staffing for this work is denied or not there, the city would just effectively not be able to implement or monitor any of these priorities that were laid out and that we've published. It's in our books. We're saying we care about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So without these positions, that work just would not be done. It would just be the status quo of saying that we're doing it.
That is correct.
All right. In terms of the cost savings of not investing in this, what would be the cost, both financially and reputational, I guess, of sending out a message that says, we're not investing in this? Would that impact the morale of some staff that feel like part of their identity is not something that the city cares about and therefore maybe seek other places of employment where they feel they're more appreciated that way? Or reputationally, where, you know, if we're saying this in public, we're taking away this funding, how would that affect our partnerships and our stands with the community?
Through the chair, I wouldn't be able to say for sure, but what I do know from the information that we collected from staff is that there's staff who have had absolutely amazing experiences and feel very supported in whatever their identity is, and there's those that feel that we need to do better in resource, in training, in awareness. And I would also say the report that we produced also showed that there is a disproportionate percentage of sexually diverse unhoused individuals. So I would say even with our external partners, if you're to take an intersectional approach, I think showing that we are making advancements in both understanding and serving all of our residents would be a benefit.
So then these positions are not only impacting the internal work that we're doing, but also external work?
Through the chair, yes. Part of it is also about when we build new facilities, looking at them from varying accessibility standpoints. So whether it's mobility, whether it's identifying and washrooms, like gender neutral washrooms and that type of thing. These positions, I would say one is internal facing and one is more external facing.
All right. Okay, so what I've heard is we need to do this work, not because, like we've said that we're doing this, and I appreciate the spirit of saving tax dollars. I just don't think that these are the places where we're actually saving. I think in the long term, this would cost us more. So I really cannot support this because of that, but mainly because of the message that sends to our community, what it says to what we care and value. And I think that's really important for us to to stand by what we have published as the values of the city, and taking away this funding would effectively deny that. So that's my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi, to the chair, just wanted to talk on this line item. So, over $2 million has already been taken away from the accessibility plan, and that is kind of where a lot of this work has been already taken from. And so having this line item is super important because this portfolio has already experienced the gouges this budget season. And this is kind of what remains. And I do want to talk a little bit about EDI and LGBTQ, etc., because if you're not living it and you're not aware and you're in a point of privilege, you just don't know. You don't know what it's like not to know what bathroom to go to. You don't know what it's like to go to a job interview and have to correct your pronouns. You don't know that stuff. And this culture change in the city does have to start from here. We do have to prioritize these things in the budget, including the accessibility plan and including EDI and all of that. We have to start here. And we can't eliminate those positions. And I'm going to be honest, when I was first looking for things to eliminate, well, not eliminate, but trade off, because this budget process is terrible. I'm going to be honest about that too. This budget process is terrible. It pits us all against each other. We have to look to other important items. But anyways, I digress. This isn't something we can take away from. We've lost too much there. We need to keep it here. We need to use it because it's all that's kind of left. And you just don't know. You don't know. I was looking at this budget item at one point, and then I just realized I don't need to know what it's for to know that it's needed. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Our provincial motto is "for many people's strengths," and that's reinforced by a statue outside commemorating and celebrating immigration. If we're honest with ourselves, we're a net exporter of people as a province and as a city. Frankly, we rely on immigration. Moreover, we're on a path towards reconciliation as a city. We talk about that, as we should all the time. We have much work to do to be a safe and inclusive place for 2S LGBTQ plus people. So I think we all want our city as a whole, and certainly the city as a municipal corporation, to be a place where everyone's welcome and we attract the brightest and the best. So I support identifying ways to be strong fiscal stewards, but I can't support this motion because the consequence is us saying to the city that we're not for everybody, and so I'll be voting against it.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I am a supporter of people that are diverse and want to see equity and inclusion. I've been in many jobs, and I've taken on many different functions and roles that are new, different from what I used to do, and I've had to learn new things. I've also had a full workload and had lots of things tossed on top of it that while I'm juggling everything else, here's some barbells to juggle too, and it's heavy work. I do not feel in any way the fact that if we do not add 2 positions does not mean the city or council does not support EDI. We do. Does not mean every position, every situation requires positions. There are other people, and there are many skills that are within the staffing and HR areas of the city. People are able to learn to pick those up. We've had to learn many new things over the years like that. I would love to be able to come up with cash every time to support every item that comes through. I do agree with being fiscally responsible there may be a time in the future to support adding some of these positions. Right now, I would not support that, but the key thing for me is that this does not mean we, and I'm not going to let other people speak for themselves, but I just do the royal we, does not support EDI, just because we say at this time we can't afford it. So I will be supporting Mr. Rasevich with his motion.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Bezo, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. I really appreciate all this conversation that everyone is having. And Councillor Rasevich, in your motion, you're not attacking a position. You're not attacking the DIE aspect of what we're talking about. What Councillor Rasevich is talking about is, do we need to create a position for a project? So just like you said, Councillor Burton, when you have a project, sometimes it lands on your desk. It's just an extra thing that you have to do. So the city manager said a few things that are really triggering, and I'm going to focus on the projects. She's talking about spaces, which means a physical configuration of a space. She's talking about training, which means preparation of a manual or a document, or as we all were all onboarded, we watched videos as part of the training, which we are talking about right now. So the training is in place. We talked about mobility. Councillor Turnbull, you mentioned there's $100,000 for mobility, like that is there. We also talked about washrooms. So those last 2 points, we're talking about a specification. So if we're talking about a project, we're talking about specifications, we're not talking about the program. It goes deeper to that. It's every time we're doing something, do we need a full-time person to do it? So I'm going to ask through the chair, I'm going to ask our chief engineer, if you pave a section of College Avenue, do you hire a person to put together a spec? And do you hire a person to put together the project just for that? Or do they all work on multiple specs and multiple projects? So the question really comes down to, do we need the positions, or as Councillor Rasevich said, can't we just absorb this training and specifications and projects into the appropriate areas without increasing staffing levels, so we can be cognizant to what we talked about yesterday, and I think the words yesterday was sensible spend. I'm talking about affordable government. Councillor Rasevich is talking about affordable government. So the question is, do we need extra people to put together a project and a spec?
So I'll start with Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, I'm obviously not going to answer the engineer question, but I think that comparing a road to people's identity and the barriers that they're facing is probably not what I would use as a comparison. You know, I can talk about things like unconscious bias, where we actually do need to teach people what privilege is and where they're sitting in it and how to accept others. It's not just simply about checking off a box or putting a new room in a new building. It's about learning and understanding your place in the world and other people's places in the world. And that absolutely requires dedicated staff with lived experience who get up every day and know that that is their job to make us in the city a better and a more equitable place.
Thank you very much for that response, but I'm still going to hold fast. We're talking about, as Councillor Burton said, you know, we need to have time to absorb some initiatives internally versus increasing staffing every time there's a project. It comes down to staffing levels. Like Councillor Burton said, he's worked on many projects that he has to, you know, absorb more information. I worked on many projects that here's one more project, here's another one. Councillor Rasevich is simply asking, we're not canceling anything, all we're saying, can't this be absorbed? And why do we need to have more staffing levels for the training that we all received around this table?
Is that a question?
That's the question.
That's a question. Okay, Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, the mayor. I had just getting my staff here. Look, so this would be a savings of roughly 14 cents per month per the median household. So this would relieve some. Just in terms of bringing us back to the overall budget, our total salaries increase for the year is roughly $10 million. Half of that is going to the city police. So 23% of our FTEs are getting a $5 million increase. The rest of the city is $5 million as well. So that includes these two new positions, a new fire hall, and new transit workers for the expanded series. All for save again. Administration's very cognizant of the impact on households and on taxation. I think I just want to make sure that we're understanding where our total salary dollars are going. Just under 50% of our salary dollars go to the police and fire. So if we want to make a material change to the homeowner, I would suggest we need to focus on where we're spending the money.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Beasley, you have about 30 seconds left. Is there anything else you had?
No, a very good point. I like to have that, the conversation. We're not talking about police, we're not talking about fire. It always comes back to talking about police and fire, but we're talking about city administration right now, not police and fire.
Fire is part of police administration.
I get it, but you're pointing out departments, and all we're saying is we need to be cautious on just going out and having, hiring implementations just because we have another program running out. Sometimes we have to absorb the work internally. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Zakidniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I first have a question for the mover, just to make sure I'm clear. So what you're proposing to remove is 220, it specifically says staffing. So the staffing is what you were saying should be removed in relation to equity, diversion, and inclusion. Is that accurate?
Well, that's what was in the budget, it said 220,000, so.
Yep, just to make sure. Okay. And so, I'd like administration to provide some further clarity on why these positions are being proposed in the budget. The question of, do we need these positions? Can't this be absorbed? So, you provided some information, wondering if you have anything else to add about, especially the, I guess, outstanding question, can't this be absorbed? Why can't it be absorbed? Through the chair.
Sanderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, it can't be absorbed because council approved a plan to improve our EDI, and these positions are tied to implementing that plan. So it is two new positions to move that strategy, the strategy that council approved forward.
Mm-hmm. And so with these positions in place to spearhead the implementation of the plan, I mean, in my mind, the idea is for eventually staff at the city to absorb this into their day-to-day work. But in order to absorb new ways of doing things, so I'm saying that we have this lens, an equity, diversity, and inclusion lens on day-to-day operations, but we can't just pivot to a new way of thinking without somebody helping provide strategic direction in order to do so. Would you say that's accurate? Like, we can't just make a change without having somebody to help us understand some sort of pathway to make that change.
That's correct, and there's training that needs to be developed. There's tracking, again, if you go back and look at the original report, that's the first strategic plan that came forward with me as city manager, and so I actually made sure that we put a short-term and a long-term work plan attached to it. Mm-hmm. And my recommendation is that for anyone who wants to clearly understand the work we're undertaking, it is very clearly articulated.
Mm-hmm. So as we're trying to ensure that that our city is operating in a way that takes into account all of our residents, we want to be an inclusive city. This is not just work that one can do off the side of your desk to pivot to a new way of thinking to ensure that we are an inclusive city, which is embedded not just in our strategic priorities, but in our vision of the sort of city that we attain to be. And so, I mean, obviously I don't support this, and I think that if we care about sending a message that all of our residents belong, we need to defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I'm hearing two things. So this 220,000 is is for two new positions.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, so you also referred to spaces and providing safe spaces for people of diverse backgrounds.
Through the chair, yes. So that's things like ensuring programming for diverse populations. It involves, when we're building new facilities, considerations around everything from accessibility to gender neutral, washrooms. So absolutely, yes.
So these two new positions, what would those positions be doing, I guess, if we already have, like, I mean, I think we have positions in place. I see diverse people working here, but what would those two new positions in terms of work would they be doing?
If you just give me a second, I can
Sure.
pull the work plan up. So I'm just pulling up Appendix D from the council report, which lists the short-term priority recommendations. So it's everything from looking at policies, so writing into policy that trans and gender diverse employees have the right to access washrooms and change rooms that they are most comfortable in. Work at identifying 2SL LGBTQIAP+ employees who can work to co-develop training with existing providers and pursue a co-facilitation model. Provide designated training sessions for employees who are required or urged by their managers to take the Positive Spaces Network training. Require 2SL LGBTQIAP+ diversity training to be mandatory for all employees, as well as mayor and city councilors. Perform a review of the Positive Spaces Network training program. Integrate and incorporate the requirement to take mandatory training related to inclusion, such as truth and reconciliation training and Positive Space Network training, into the employee code of conduct. Offer opportunities for employees impacted by anti-2SLQ, LGBTQIAP+ discourse surrounding debates at City Council to share their stories with City administration and leadership. Develop policy that affirms trans people's rights to use whichever gendered washroom or change room they feel comfortable accessing. Encourage city programming, rec center, and community center staff to collaborate with 2SL LGBTQIAP+ organizations to host events and programs in city spaces. And there's more, but that will give you an idea.
Thank you, I get it. Thanks. Okay, so so are you saying that those positions are not currently in place?
Correct.
Okay.
So for our
And-
entire staffing right now, we have one position focused on EDI, and so we would be expanding from one position to 3 positions.
Okay, and so when do you foresee that that's going to happen? This year, next year, for those positions to be in place?
Through the chair, if the budget, if this item is approved, that gives us the authorization to post.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for answering all of that. So as a city, we need to lead the way. And as a ex-military, one of the things that I heard going through leadership training and things was you lead by example. And so as the leaders of this city, we need to lead by example. And that means we need to make sure that our city is inclusive. And our community has changed. We have a lot of diverse people, and in each and every area of the city, and we need to ensure that we are doing the work to be inclusive and to welcome people from all diverse backgrounds. And so thank you for that, and I also will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Everyone else took time to speak to this. I thought it was important enough. I better speak my mind on this as well. We're doing a budgeting exercise right now. I believe there are some cuts to administration that I'm looking to make as we go through it, but I don't find this to be the way to do it. For me, when I see the EDI call out, it kind of signals a partisan call out for which way you fall on the sword on it. And it kind of speaks to a lot of stuff that floats around social media with catches to it, and everyone's got an opinion on what it should be and how we should think and the whole bit. For me, this is a budgeting exercise. I wouldn't want to pin this out and section out from it. I expect us to find some rational cuts through administration. With this having such a great little catchphrase as EDI and people able to recognize it, I'm not comfortable supporting it that way. I don't think that's a signal I would want to send. I might not be the champion, but I don't want to disrespect it either. I think there's an important part of it in the city. Maybe it's weighted too heavy now. Maybe it's not weighted heavy enough. Looking to control the city spend as an organization, I don't think we should section out this way. If I understand the conversations that have been happening through the last couple days, I expect there to be a more wholesome motion coming forward to direct some staffing adjustments. And this could be one of the things that falls through that motion, and that might be the way it ends up. But I don't think I should set the stage for where it ends up. I think we just need to look for the money to be saved for the residents we represent. So I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. Okay, seeing no other questions, I guess just to make a comment myself, I just want to say kind of some of the narrative I've heard as well. We need to make sure the city is inclusive of everybody. Absolutely. I do respect where Councillor Rasevich is coming from. So what I would say, and I don't know how this would be amenable to my colleagues, but I, in terms of balancing the approach of, and I believe it's incredibly important that we move forward on these initiatives and make sure that we're not stagnating them, and hold it important that we are inclusive, an inclusive city. Right now we have 2 positions in front of us. Just thinking about where we are at in the year, this year already in March, would the mover be open to something like looking at 1 position to start with for this year so we don't fall behind and we can continue some of the initiatives?
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I would, for sure, yeah. I mean, again, the intent's not just, I don't know, people, how they look at it, discriminate against anybody. But again, my feeling was HR. I mean, I think these people go to university and they take a lot of classes and they're coming into HR, and I think the laws of our land for human resources, I think the laws of the land, I think they're in place to protect people already. So do we need the duplication? Obviously, lots of people think we do. Some people think we don't. But Mayor, I would be compromised to you that, hey, if we go with one position, you know, I'd be open to that.
Okay, so if that was to pass, I'll just check with admin, would that equate to $110,000 then in that case? I'm seeing head nods. Okay. So that would change this to 110,000. So I'm gonna check with, because Councillor Bezo was the seconder. I'll have to check with him to see if he's okay with that, as written as well, as the seconder.
Yeah, that's good. I think it satisfies all the equations, you know, it's, you know, getting the information out there, and it's, you know, as you said, Mayor, we're kind of a third done this year, and we don't even have a strategic plan for anything, so yeah, for sure, let's do it.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, for anybody who hasn't spoken, I don't see anybody else new to speak, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Rasevich to close debate on this, and then we will go to a vote with the, as presented on the screen.
Again, the reason I brought it up initially was, hey, like I said, when I started, I'm looking for affordability. We keep talking about this for our citizens. And again, this is a small piece, and I'll have another amendment coming up that is a small piece, but you know what? Like I've told other councillors, and when I knocked on doors, I throw around nickels like manhole covers. Looking for what, it doesn't matter how small the savings is, they all count. And I think our residents actually believe that themselves at home. You know what, when they got to make cuts or can't buy groceries or they can't do certain things, you know what? They're expecting us to look at every little way to save a dollar. I've had former councillors tell me, don't go into the weeds and worry about $10,000. I'll tell you, there's residents out there where $10,000 is a lot of money, or $100 is a lot of money. So for us to go and to sit here and think that that's not a lot of money, it's a lot of money. So it doesn't matter to me what dollar amount we're talking about. So I'll close it at that, that again, we can talk about affordability, but you know what, let's walk the talk. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote, recognizing the change that was made. You're good? Okay.
Mayor, the motion has been defeated in a vote of 5 in favor, 6 against. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Burton, Bezo, Rashovitz, Siklis, and yourself, Mayor. Voting against were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Radens, Turnbull, Zakidniak, and Flores.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go back to Councillor Rasevich. Just check one. Okay, so back to the main budget motion. So you still have some time, so if there's any other amendments you want to make at this time? Or comments, I should say.
No, I guess I'll go with this. That administration be directed to reduce the funding for Indigenous relations and community development from 5.2 million to 3 million. And from the numbers I looked at, the budget increase was 163% from last year to this year. So I just thought, hey, that's a pretty huge increase from what the numbers I'm looking at, I guess, unless administration.
So I'll
Okay.
just ask for a seconder, and then I'll give you a
Sure.
moment to speak to it.
Okay.
So a seconder on the amendment as proposed on the screen. Yeah, this amendment up on the screen. I'll give everybody a moment to read it, and then I would ask if anybody wants to second that, they put their hand up. so you can second it, and then we can ask, and then we can get clarification from there. Okay, okay. Okay, so, yeah, so Counselor Bezo second, and then I'll give it back to Counselor Rasevich to open, and then we can open it up to questions, and then those can be directed to administration. So I'll let you open first, and then we'll allow it for questions.
Sure. And again, I'm just looking at the budget book, when I'm looking at that column, and I'm seeing a 163% increase in spending, I'm like, whoa. You know, like, I guess if administration can point something out in those numbers that kind of, I guess, whether it's grants or what, or, you know, where did all this extra money come from in that pile of money, I guess that would probably change things. So, again, I guess my focus was, hey, when you see 163% increase in a budget, it makes you wonder, hey, you know, maybe we need to pull the reins in again, because again, affordability, taxpayers, you know, do they need that, does that much money have to go to that area?
Okay, thank you. So I'll open it up for questions. Counselor Bezo, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask administration, I think Councilor Rasevich went through line by line and looked at incremental increase, and this was a big incremental increase, which kind of raises the question, what is this program about? Is there grant money for this program? Like, what is this whole thing? What's the intent behind this? You know, this is essentially a 1% mill rate increase, but what's it for? Is there grant money? What's the KPIs around this? What's the outcome?
Go ahead, Ms. Pham.
Through the chair, if I may, I just have a clarifying question about the amendment. So the budget for Indigenous Relations and Community Development is actually 8.3 million, so I'm just looking for clarity there around the motion.
Counselor Rasevich, I think it's, I guess I'll just
Well,
ask, is that pointing
I
to the
guess in the
5.2 versus,
Okay.
is that the
Well,
question?
in the general operating budget, here we have,
If we, through the chair, if we can go to page 63, so the proposed budget for 2025 is 8.3
sorry.
million.
Sorry.
It was in 2024, 3.1.
Right.
With a net increase of
Right.
5.2 million. And
Right.
so I can speak to Councillor Bezo's
Yeah.
questions around like what's driving that increase. So $4 million of that increase is a reallocation from the Planning and Development Department. Last year, we had a structural change where we moved all of the housing work from Planning and Development into Indigenous Relations and Community Development. So what makes up that $4 million? $2.5 million is for our Housing Incentives Policy Program, which also includes $1 million to go to Horse Dance Lodge, which is the first permanent supportive housing project in Regina, as well as $500,000 for the FTE reallocation. And then there's $1 million that was reallocated from facilities to go towards the permanent emergency shelter that council approved. And really what you're talking about is about $1 million of net new money. And so that is $500,000 going to the Indigenous framework and the ceremonial site approved by council, $100,000 to go towards accessibility around additional training for disability training within the city, the Snow Angels program. It also includes the $220,000 for the 2S LGBTQ positions that we just talked about with council. And then lastly, the $250,000 is that we also have to pay for the operating losses of the Saskatchewan Housing Authority, Regina Housing, being that we own 5% of that.
And I just clarify, we just clarified up on the screen, so I think that was the confusion was, that was around, the increase was 5.2, does that look right?
Through the chair,
So I
correct.
think, so we added the word there, the increased funding is to clarify that. Does that look right, Ms. Pham? For the 5.2, as in, it's an increase, not the total?
Through the chair. Yeah, that reads better.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go back to Councilor Bezo.
Thank you. So you're essentially taking it from this budget allocation and putting it into this budget allocation? So really very incremental net new increase. It just looks bad optically, and then we don't have this information.
Yeah. Well, through the chair, if you go to page 25, you'll see that planning and development had decreased by the million there, and then we readjusted the facilities budget, and then that's where you see the net 1 million.
Yeah, no, we just don't have those details. We got a page number, it shows there's some decreasing in one column, but we don't have the details of where it's going. It's, you said we're decreasing in this column, but there's no clarity, it's coming from this column to this column, so that's the only question. So I'm fine. Councillor Rasvich, I'm gonna pull my name as a seconder, because all they're doing is pulling it from this bucket and putting it in this bucket.
Okay, so in that case, thank you, Councillor Bezo. So I'll go back a step and see if there's anybody else that wishes to second, or if there's new information that changes either Councillor Rasovich's mind, or if nobody is wanting to second, then that would be the end of that, but I'll open it up for anybody who wants to second still.
Okay.
Okay, so not seeing a seconder,
Thanks for the clarification.
okay. Okay, so this one will be withdrawn in that case, thank you. So I'll go back to count. You have some more time, so if you have any other comments or amendments.
Okay, last one. And again, it's a little one, but you know what? Like I said, it all counts. Administration be directed to discontinue its, oh shoot, I forget. Yeah. Administrative directed to discontinue the planting of the potted plants, not throughout the city, but in the outskirts of the city, because there's 3 locations in the outskirts of the city. And it would be a savings of 251 pots and $179 a pot, would be $245,000. I know it's, the wording's not this.
Yeah, just one second. Okay, so Counselor, I think we're just looking for a little bit of clarification around when you say 3 outskirts, just so we know kind of where you're, where you're pointing to.
The potted plants are categorized in 3 areas of the city. I guess there's outskirts, downtown. I'd have to, I'd have to find the details that the administration sent me about that. But
So maybe
we'll come back.
yeah, so first, what I'll do is, I'll get a seconder first, and then I'll probably get admin to just clarify those definitions, and then hope that provides clarity. But I'll look for a seconder for this particular amendment.
Here it is. Outskirts.
Okay, we might not have to worry about it.
It's fine.
I don't see a seconder, so that one will be withdrawn. Okay, back to you, Councillor Rasovich. Any other comments or amendments you'd like to make?
My final comments are, and I'll say it again, I hear a lot of talk about, you know, worried about people's budget, worried about people's affordability, but I personally don't see a lot of action, so I'll just leave it at that, you know. And all 5 of my amendments, I guess there was clarification on the one for sure, about Indigenous relations, because that was money that was transferred over. But the other amendments that I had brought up could have been total probably $3.5 million, which would have been at least a 1% mill rate decrease for the city. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we'll go on to Councillor Zakidniak. You're next in the order. Go ahead with any comments on general operating or any amendments you may have.
Thank you. I have 40 amendments. I'm just teasing. No, I don't. No, I don't. I may only have one, but to clarify, if any questions or anything related to the library, we'll get a totally separate round later, just to make sure, yeah, this is general and operating specifically.
That's
Okay?
correct, yeah.
Okay, okay. What is proposed, through the chair, what is proposed in the budget to address the revitalization of North Central and also Heritage, as both communities are facing some of the same issues of garbage dumping and prevalence of garbage, abandoned, neglected homes, etc. So, and I was asked this question last night, actually, at the North Central Community Association meeting, so I told them I would ask it today so that I could give them some clarity about what are some of the tangible things we'll be doing for North Central, and they wanted to know Heritage too, specifically in our 2025 budget.
Who would like to speak on that? Mr. Doney, I'll start with you.
Through the chair, I will start, and then if others, if you have more questions, then please ask away. Within the budget, we are going to fund our debris team. So in the past, we have been directed to have a debris team out, and that is a team of 4 that has 2 different teams, and they basically travel the alleys primarily of North Central and Heritage, picking up garbage and debris and taking it to the landfill. So that has been work done in the past that hasn't been funded, and so within the budget here, we're going to formalize that and ask for funding to keep that debris team going for primarily North Central and Heritage, but available to the entire city if there's debris that needs to be picked up.
Okay, and how long are they active throughout the year, the debris team?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Ms. Kaleem if she could just talk about that and what that looks like for the past and in the future.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. The debris team is active in the non-winter months, so we do have some flexibility in that depending on when the snow falls. Once the snow has fallen, we find things starting to freeze to the ground, and it becomes more challenging for individuals to pick them up, and we need to look to equipment. So that is typically, late October and then early April would be the time that they would be off. The request in the budget is for coverage of that seasonal time frame, and we would require more funding if it was wanted to be year-round.
Sorry, if it was what, sorry?
If there was desire to have that staffing in place year-round.
How much is in the budget for currently?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Kaleem to give some details there.
Through the chair, I believe that number is approximately 220,000.
Okay, and if it were to be expanded year-round, how much extra would be required?
Through the chair, I'd perhaps want to confirm that number just to be sure, but a rough estimate would be approximately double.
So another 220,000?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and is there, are there other initiatives specific to North Central and Heritage to include, or is?
Through the chair, that's everything that we have from a solid waste perspective. I don't know if any of my other colleagues, okay, through the chair, I'll ask Bill, I'm sorry, Bill, I'll lose your last name, to Mayor to respond.
Yes, through the chair. There are a number of initiatives that we are exploring as part of our North Central Revitalization Project. We are currently in the process of getting our engagement process underway, which is going to form a lot of our decisions going forward in terms of hearing from the neighborhood the areas of their concern, but certainly in terms of overall health and well-being, there are a number of areas that they've already identified, and those will be part of our overall going strategy going forward to make sure that we are addressing and planning to address the items that they've brought forward through our initial discussions.
Okay, and so in terms of the engagement, how much is budgeted for that this year?
Yes, through the chair. The engagement actually is part of the HAF process, and we are going out probably in the next couple of weeks for an RFP that will engage an Indigenous planning firm to carry out the work.
Okay, and so you're saying it's part of the funding we receive for the Housing Accelerator Fund?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
And so how much through that funding is budgeted for this?
For that specific area, it appears that it's going to be in the neighborhood of about 250,000. It'll be an exercise that'll take anywhere from 6 to 8 months.
Okay, thank you. Anything else that I can report back to the Community Association? This is all great, by the way. Is that a no?
Amber, can you hit the button for Mr. Doney for me? Thank you.
Through the chair, there'll be a number of different construction projects that are going on within both North Central and Heritage. I don't have an individual list of that right now, but council will receive that in their council construction update in the next month or so.
Okay. Okay. What about I guess the engagement, is that also to help inform the efforts for the Community Land Trust? Like, is that how we're moving forward on that concept this year? Is the engagement in North Central that we're working on? I'm assuming that's for you.
Yes, through the chair. That is actually one part of it. We're developing a fulsome plan that looks at not only addressing the Community Land Trust, but a number of other issues related to partnerships with nonprofit housing associations and groups, as well as some general activities around developing strong ties and connection to community in order to go forward. But certainly, yes, the Community Land Trust development and education process will be starting shortly.
Okay, that's excellent. That's excellent for me to be able to report to a community that has felt neglected for a long time. And so I've assured them that we're taking steps, and they want to know what are the tangible steps. So I appreciate having that update. What about, this also came up in the community meeting, or the community association meeting. How much money is allocated in this year's budget for demolishing derelict homes? Do we contract that out? And how do we determine whether a home needs to be demolished or whether it can be renovated?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of, we don't necessarily have a budget for, what we're, when we're demolishing homes from a bylaw perspective, but, to give you a sense, it's around, in terms of remedies and demolitions, it's in the neighborhood of around $2 million. In terms of when we're, like from a bylaw, strictly from a bylaw perspective, when we are taking action towards a property because of breaches of the community standards bylaw, we generally work towards remedy, and in certain extreme cases, we also have to reach towards a demolition order. So it's not a fast and true rule, but, and I might pass it over to Mr. Nair as well in terms of the different tactics we've taken over the last couple of years in terms of particularly North Central in this community.
Yes, through the chair. I appreciate the hot tag in. This is actually an area that we're very much involved in because we see this as part of the Community Land Trust piece as well. And so we are working with our fellow colleagues in both bylaw and in real estate to make sure that we start to inventory all the properties that are part of their lists and activities so that we can look at them for different strategic purposes. But we have sort of changed our approach on that, and we are looking to be active in being aware of what's happening in the neighborhood so that we can make some strategic choices about the property and going forward for North Central revitalization.
Okay. And so do we, when we need to demolish a home, like do we contract that out to someone to do that? We don't have our city staff out with sledgehammers? Like how does that work? Assuming. I'll do it if you want help. sorry, is that, yes, we do contract it out? Oh.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I'm sorry, I was just waiting for
Yeah.
the light. It is contracted out, and the contractor, basically all the contracted costs are, and I don't have the exact details of this, so I might use the improper language, but they're charged back to the property through the tax process, the tax enforcement process.
Okay, makes sense. And then I was asked, like, how do we determine, like, whether a house actually needs to be demolished? Like, are we really examining whether they can be renovated? Like, there's some questioning around, like, how robust is our process there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, like, the ones that we are demolishing, they need to be demolished for a health and safety reason. But like through the process that Mr. Nair, like we partner very closely with Mr. Nair's area in the North Central Revitalization Group to look at properties that may not be in that state of disrepair quite yet. So we do both fronts in terms of, in particular, this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. How much is allocated in this budget, we heard this from a delegation, for the advancement of affordable housing and the construction of affordable housing units? We heard that question.
Yes, through the chair, I can speak specifically to the half component of that. As we brought before council, we have a number of initiatives that specifically have addressed that in terms of our involvement with the nonprofits, as well as the land acquisition pilot. Those will all, those are all part of the half budgeting, so they don't directly affect the city operations budget. Right. But within that, as mentioned previously, we do have the 1.5 million that goes towards the HIP initiative every year. And so that that has already been addressed and talked about in previous motions.
1.5 million towards housing incentive program.
Yep.
And as you said, there is housing accelerator funding so this isn't like a city expense.
Yes.
Is there additional money allocated towards affordable housing that somebody wants to also add, or is that what I should note as the allocation?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, that's the current allocation.
Okay, thank you. And what, so with the motion that was passed in terms of expanding paratransit service on Sundays, what is the projected start date for that? And I think that was in the motion, I just need a reminder in the amendment.
Go ahead, Mr. Doing.
Through the chair, we will obviously need to confirm this because it's a contracted services, but we expect it to be able to put that in place very quickly. Our estimate right now is April 6th.
Oh, great. Yes.
Anytime.
How much would it cost to add service for conventional transit matching what was approved for paratransit? Same, like, I don't know, so 7 to 9 on Sundays, matching the start date as closely as possible, if you have that. Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Doing.
Through the chair, so that was part of the motion to consider it for 2026, and our estimate right now is $750,000.
And that would be for all of 2026?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Is that for Sundays and holidays, or just Sundays?
Through the chair, I believe that is for Sundays and holidays from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. Does that require the purchase of that wouldn't require the purchase of an additional bus, is that correct?
Through the chair, yeah, we don't believe so. It's our non-peak times, so we shouldn't need any extra buses to meet that service level.
Okay. And sorry, so with the motion, the motion that was passed said that for administration to consider that as part of the 2026 budget, like just as a reminder, is that what it was?
Through the chair, that's correct. So we'll consider it. Basically, if it's not in the budget, we would likely highlight it, as we did with this report, where a number of items that came to council that are not in the budget.
Okay, thank you. So with the addition of Councillor Turnbull's amendment, how much is now being allocated toward the implementation of the accessibility plan in the 2025 budget, the total allocation? Sorry, I'm asking you detailed questions on the fly. Does anyone have that?
Who would like to answer that question?
Through the chair, I can start. I don't have the details of Councillor Turnbull's motion, but there's 52,000 that was recommended by admin and is likely still available and to be approved for the paratransit software. And maybe we can turn to Councillor Turnbull to give a bit more details of what is in that motion that was approved by council yesterday.
Yeah. I'll let Councillor Turnbull speak specifically just to that that motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
A little brief overview. The original 2025 budget was going to be the 2.1 million. What was left in that budget, there was about, I am rounding, 50,000 for the paratransit operations. And then there was an additional 100,000 within the Indigenous services for the training program. I guess EDI training, but it would be the accessibility training. I believe they are together. That would be in the Indigenous service ones. And then for my motion, there was 211, and that included the paratransit Sunday service and the communications and the digital. And that comes to about $360,000.
Sorry, did you say 360?
360,
Okay.
approximately. There's some change in there because I rounded to zeros. But approximately there is what is actually in this current budget through my amendment, through the Indigenous, and then through that 50 for the paratransit.
Thank you, Councillor Turnbull, for the clarification.
And I'm not, I guess the point of clarification is I'm not sure if those two EDI staff positions are separate. They're a separate master plan, correct? Okay, so they are not part of the accessibility plan. They're a different plan, but they have overlapping work.
Okay, thank you.
Go back to Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay, I also got asked this at my meeting yesterday, and so I just want to get a total number. I know we just went through this, but if someone can clarify the total funding allocation for Indigenous relations. They actually asked me Indigenous, like work on our Indigenous framework, okay, I guess, or anything related to that file. But also mentioned was community development, so I see that as like community safety and well-being. So I'd also like to, so if you could give me those two large bucket numbers so I can report that back, that would be helpful.
Ms. Pham, go ahead.
Through the chair, I can start, and I might need to ask my colleagues for assistance. But in regards to the Indigenous relations file specifically, I think we can estimate overall, I think it's about like $800,000 specifically, as I referenced before. $500,000 this year will be going towards the implementation of the Indigenous framework, as well as getting the ceremonial site in place. And I should mention as well that there is a capital line item as well of, I think, $650,000 to actually get the ceremonial site developed this year. In regards to the community safety and well-being file, I think we have about like $2.5 million within there. Most of it is for granting towards community-based organizations through our community investment grant program for harm reduction and other community well-being initiatives, and then the rest would be staffing costs to support like the emergency shelter and community safety well-being plan.
Thank you. Okay, the format of the budget is a bit different this year. And so I did bring last year's budget and this year's budget. One piece that I remember from all the budgets last term is you could look and see each line item and the rationale for why it's proposed. And versus this time, we have these service categories, which is helpful, but not the line items. So I'm just wondering, how did that change come to be? I've asked a couple of people, and I don't have clarity yet on how we arrived at this new budget format.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thanks, through the chair, Mr. Mayor. So good question. I'm new, so I can't speak to last year's process. My understanding is, you know, and there is some pages at the back that I've been going through with some of the councillors that speak to it at the level I think you're talking to, Councillor Zakidniak. What we try to do is if we just focus on, I'll call it an accounting line item, like an income statement, and we look at a line item like professional fees, it's hard to understand where those are, right? Like, where are we spending that money? And so what we tried to do is reflect which services we provide and how much those cost. So where do those accounting costs end up in terms of what services we provide? And so that was the overall goal of, I'll call it the change, based on feedback we'd gotten in previous years around, you know, okay, if I cut, I'm going to pick on professional fees, if I cut professional fees, what does that actually mean? Right? Like, we can say, well, okay, it's less money spent on contractors, but we don't know at that level what those contractors are actually working on. So that was the goal for the change this year. And I'll open it up to any of my colleagues that wanted to add to that. Go ahead.
Ms. Pham, go ahead.
Through the chair, the context here is that this came from the Audit and Finance Committee last year, because we heard council loud and clear around the struggles to read the budget book previously, and knowing that it was the first time that we had done a two-year budget, and so administration had took direction around updating the budget book to kind of this service level view, and I think we're getting more feedback today that we can continue to make those amendments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, what criteria does the city currently use to determine when to add or remove positions, staffing positions?
Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through the chair, currently any net new positions come directly to me for review and approval. And then sometimes I bring it to the executive leadership team. So that's our current process.
If city council decides to arbitrarily cut staff by whatever number during budget deliberations, so, you know, we just throw out a number and say, cut your budget, cut your staffing by whatever number. What would administration do? What impact would that have?
Through the chair, again, like, it's hard to try and run an organization on the floor of council, and so it would be an exercise of going back. I think we've been clear in saying that from a net increase and having by far the largest budget, the police and REAL are asking for more than we're asking. As I said before, you heard the police say that with their 1.99% ask, they would be anything less than that, cutting service, and we're at 1.9. So we'd have to go back, and again, keep in mind, we're a quarter of the way through the year. We would have to go back and come to council saying, here's some scenarios on the service cuts.
Okay, just, do you have about 20 seconds just to give you a heads up?
Okay, so what process would administration recommend instead if there were counselors who had concerns about, like, are we staffing appropriately? What would be a better process to examine that question than just to make an arbitrary cut without understanding the implications?
Through the chair, in a perfect world, like I would say, this is going to be your hardest budget, because for 9 out of 11 of you, you're inheriting a budget where many decisions are being made while you're settling in. For future years, things like Audit and Finance Committee helps drive priorities. I would say when you do your strategic planning and agree upon some of the, like, what are your priorities, that will help with the staffing. And so generally there's, with the group that is deciding the budget, there's conversations in advance of these few days where we're not surprised. But just saying mass cuts, there's nothing I would say this week to say what they would be or what they are. It would have to be going back.
Mm-hmm. I'm hearing clearly that we wouldn't understand the repercussions of the decisions that were made.
Correct.
I think my time's up.
That was bang on. Good job. Okay. Next up in round 1 is Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
That is faster than I thought it would come in. Just need 1 second. All right. So I think overall, looking at the budget, I was considering a few amendments and to prioritize some things that I think are important to us in the community. And through the conversations that we've had in terms of timelines of how things would work and the ability to spend money, it was really clear to me that, there's a lot for us to learn in those processes. So to the comments of like how this budget process works, it allowed me to question, like, in the future, how can we do this so there is a lot more involvement earlier on, so then the questions that we're bringing forward can not only inform us but allow us to make meaningful changes. So one of the things that looking at the budget that I noticed is our pedestrian connectivity program, and especially like installing the sidewalks and pedestrian connections to trails in neighborhoods. And I'm wondering, we have a set budget for that for the 2025 year, but it looks like in the overall plan, we seem to be falling behind. So to administration, looking at this budget, if we were to have more money for that, would that make a significant impact? And how are we, whenever we're making budgets, how are we setting those numbers so they're achievable and they align with our master plans and our sustainable goals?
Who would like to speak to that? Okay, go ahead.
Through the mayor, we take all of the information from the various master plans when we are thinking about how we approach where the budget should go and what construction projects need to move forward annually. We try to look at what the priorities of each plan are, what the timing for those are, and then how to minimize the disruption to the public and do as much as we can in a location without going back repeatedly to maybe address different issues at different times. So it's a little bit of trying to balance priorities and balance construction congestion and the right timing for those. I'm not sure if that completely answers the question.
More or less. So for example, 1 second here, like the transportation master plan includes an annual funding of $4 to $5 million, indicates that we need about $4 to $5 million to achieve the cycling network goals by 2030. So in this year's budget, how does that align with this funding requirement? And are we on track to meet that, or is it too ambitious? Like,
Through the mayor, the history from the on-street bike lane has been that we've been trying to build the budget over a number of years. Yes, the TMP references the 4 to 5 million per year, but we have not yet reached that target. What we will often do as the budget comes each year, try to save up until we can do a section. So, for example, 450 this year plus the 500 next year will get us around a kilometer or a kilometer and a half of pathway that we can execute. So it is something we've been trying to build, but we recognize that there are budget constraints, and so that's often the trade-off, is just trying to build the budgets over time.
so I learned a little bit about some of the models that are done in other cities. For example, in Saskatoon, they invested in having kind of like shelf-ready made plans, so that when budget is available, we can move forward with projects. Because part of my understanding is part of the process is the time it takes to develop all of that. So through our budgeting process, in projects like this, are we investing or looking at preparing ahead of time with kind of like shelf processes that we can then move on should, let's say, an amendment passes to increase a budget?
Through the mayor, thanks for that question. Yes, we have in the last number of years put a lot of focus on really getting ahead in our planning and have things that are shovel-ready or shelf-ready, as you described. We also look for opportunities. So say we have identified a location for just road renewal. We also look back at our plans. Is there also a pathway required there? And so we'll combine projects and able to advance some things at the same time that maybe weren't necessarily the top priority, but it's a good timing to integrate them at the same time. We also do, with the things like our transportation master plan or other plans, we do some prioritization and work in the administration to make sure we've got, because the plans are at quite a high level. They identify generally where things are required, but we need to get more into specifics. What's the exact location? What would be the land required? What are some of the pre-work that needs to be done? And that work is being done, and we'll have multi-year plans ready that can be executed, and will vary depending on the budget availability.
All right. And then to this year's budget, how does it support the implementation of our Complete Streets framework? And can you specify any projects or corridors in the upcoming year that will apply to this framework to enhance pedestrian and cycling infrastructure?
Certainly, through the mayor. This year is actually focused on developing the policy and the design guidelines that are required. Part of this work will also be identifying which corridors we would see the Complete Streets framework best applied to. There isn't any projects planned in 2025, but this work being done this year will apply to all future projects.
All right. So Ward 6 is, there's a number of older neighborhoods, and in talking to a lot of residents, they often bring up issues with their infrastructure and how long it takes to either make repairs or add new, like, paved streets. So within the context of those type of neighborhoods in mind, how, through our budgeting processes, how is that infrastructure being prioritized, or how do we take into consideration the costs that it takes in an older neighborhood to maintain that infrastructure so it doesn't cost more in the long term by letting it get worse?
Through the mayor, my answer is similar to my answer previously. The master plans, as well as our asset management plans, lay out strategies that identify how to renew or best invest in infrastructure and renew it. So for example, we were in front of council a couple weeks ago with the road renewal report. Residential road renewal doesn't necessarily target worse first, but does take a preservation approach to it as an example. When we're looking in older neighborhoods, there could be different things like lead pipes or different age of underground infrastructure or condition of underground infrastructure that could affect also what the scope of work is being done in those locations. So there's a number of things that would go into that. I think, again, it's a balancing of all those different asset management plans and all those master plans that the city has.
All right. So thank you for that. Now, considering feedback that we get from residents, because I understand the big plans, right? Like I read those and they make sense as they're presented to us, but at the same time, there are residents that continuously either put in requests or the state of their back alleys or streets or sidewalks continue to become sometimes even unsafe, not only for pedestrians but for their cars and all these things. So as we budget for these projects, how could we update our processes so that the input from residents impacts our ability to provide those changes that oftentimes do tie to accessibility or their, safety in their neighborhoods?
Through the mayor, there's a couple things in that. I think as we get service requests, our number one priority is obviously to make sure that a road or an alley or sidewalk is safe, and so we look at it from a maintenance perspective, what can be done sooner than later to address anything that might be unsafe. The information that residents provide, I would say is more useful just to confirm what we already know through condition assessments or other evaluations that we know about the infrastructure. I don't think that it necessarily influences where we would go as a priority. We try to use more of a data-driven analysis to make those decisions rather than just on who might be louder or that. But it helps reconfirm, or if we don't have more like recent information on condition, that might be spur us to do more of that type of investigation.
All right. And now kind of moving to a slightly different topic. We've all noticed the increase in cost of all kinds of things, and through a lot of our city grants, we support different community organizations, and I'm wondering how often do we evaluate the grant amounts that we provide so that they can meet the needs of these organizations, understanding that they also are seeing the increase in cost, and how can we make sure that these grants continue to be impactful so that the work that they do can continue and not be hindered by the increase in cost for them as well.
Thanks. I'm going to have Mr. May help me respond to this question.
Through the chair, we've the Community Investment Grants Program, the funding for it, the amount has not changed significantly for quite a number of years. And we have been hearing from the groups that we engage with through that program that their costs are going up, and so the funding provided through the grant program is there's starting to be a gap between its effectiveness and the cost that they're experiencing. So that's certainly something that we are starting to hear now.
And
Councilor, just to let you know you have 30 seconds left. Just
30 seconds?
Give you a heads up.
All right, thank you. And of course, I'm to lose my place. Okay. I think that's the main thing I would like to point out, and that I've understood through this, is that investing in our community is really important. And as I learn, and I think as we all learn about how the city does this, there's a lot of room to work together through communicating this, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we are aware that the money that we spend comes back to us if we do it wisely, because our citizens see those, an increase in services, an increase in feeling like they love living in their city. So I appreciate this whole budget process, and I look forward to being more engaged, and also, sharing that I think investing in our community is important, but we have to do it transparently and, you know, make sure that there's feedback at all levels, and we include a lot of our community groups in that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go on to Councillor Fro. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think we need to ask ourselves, quite honestly, what kind of city we want to be. I believe, in my estimation, we're falling behind and it's time to catch up. I think if we don't invest into being a livable city, we won't be. Full stop. If people leave our city because we're not livable, life will truly get more expensive. Thankfully, we're on a path to becoming a community of 300,000 people. But we need to give these people a reason to stay, and we need to prepare. That means infrastructure, it means services, and yes, that costs money. Great talent run great companies, great schools, great hospitals and cities. Great talent also expect a city with functioning roads and bridges, but also parks, recreational space, and yes, bike lanes, aquatic centers, and libraries. So I want to acknowledge the financial pressure faced by many families and parts of our community. Not everyone has the luxury and privilege of being able to absorb a mill rate increase, that's true. But if we wait and continue to kick investments down the road, future budgets will become untenable. They will become more expensive. So when your roof is leaking, you fix it. And we need to invest in a city and give people a reason to live here. So despite inflation, by most metrics, we still remain one of the most affordable cities in Canada. It is politically unpopular for many to raise taxes, but in my judgment, equipped with the information we have, it's irresponsible to wait for someone else to address our challenges. So I've made a decision 4 months into my term to not make any amendments on this budget. But moving forward this spring, I'll absolutely be looking for ways to align fiscal responsibility with service standards, innovation, private sector partnership, and efficiency ratios that we embed into our strategic plan. I too care about fiscal responsibility, and I think we can accomplish it together as a council through policy, strategy, and performance measures. I want to say that I appreciate my colleagues today and yesterday who are looking for ways to save money. I really do. I did not run on service and budget cuts. I ran on becoming a more dynamic, livable, entrepreneurial, and prosperous community. In my view, that does not happen by cutting. We've spoken, and rightly so, that every dollar matters. Tax dollars don't belong to us, they belong to our neighbors, and they're scarce. We should expect a return on absolutely everything. So when we invest into being a livable, dynamic, and well-run community, the return will be a city that more people want to live in. That's all I have for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. So it is 12:02, so we will take a lunch break and be back at 12:47. Okay, we're gonna get started in about a minute or two. So folks can start to find their seat. I'll give another extra minute just to get settled. Okay, we'll get started right away here. I'll just get folks to take their seat. Okay, we'll get started, call the meeting back to order. So next on for round one is Councillor Burton. So for the operating and capital general operating and capital in that order. I'll go to you, Councillor Burton, for any comments or amendments. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. We're getting near the end of the first round, saving the best for second last, I think, is what we got going here. I only had one motion I'm going to be proposing this year. I'm going to be working with the city administration. I've given them warning for when it comes to my number one priorities, which is traffic in the southeast. They have been warned that come the planning cycle for next year, we're going to be in there. But to try and do some of that for this year, unless you've invented a K-tel road in a box that we can buy and deploy instantly, may not happen here for that. So with it. So I want to just a little bit of discussion about what we're going through. And, you know, we talk about $220,000 a year for a couple jobs equals 14 cents a month for the average taxpayer, and that's a very small amount per taxpayer. And I do want to talk about that sometimes, as Councillor Rasevich has said, we do need to mind some of these smaller amounts here, because as you deal with any enterprise or corporation, such as City of Regina, you have various signing authorities of, who knows, 10,000 or 100,000 for different levels of managers. Yet when we hire a person and open up a position, it has to go all the way to the city manager. So I think it is that important, because that's an ongoing cost that comes through. So I do believe that some of these things do matter when they're a bit smaller. And so leading into my motion that I'll be bringing forward, it isn't a big dollar item. It's about the principle. And, you know, we say we want to do the right thing for EDI, and I get that, and as I said, I fully support that. But I've got people in my wards and across the city expressing concerns about others in the Regina area getting a free ride, and we need to do the right thing. So I'm going to be proposing a motion here. Let's bring it up, apologies. That the administration implement the following respecting City Regina swim programs and facilities passes, that we introduce a surcharge for non-Regina registrants, non-residents registering for a City Regina swim program or facilities pass, that there's a $25 yearly surcharge for an individual or a $50 for a family. And to also extend the swim registration process from 2 days to a week to allow the citizens of Regina. I've heard about all the horror stories about people trying to get a camping spot at the provincial campground and lining up around their computers and feuding it out and trying to get through. And I don't like that for the citizens of Regina. I'd rather they have a bit more time to be there at the front of the line, since they're the ones paying those taxes. So with this...
I'll just get a seconder for that. Thank you. Particularly. Councillor Turnbull. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Burton, I'll go back to you to continue to introduce.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for...
So you have the 3 minutes to do that.
You bet. So I'll just talk a bit first about our bedroom community relations. There's always going to be some friction between various municipal entities, and some people might be worried about that we get some surcharges back. I will suggest that Regina provides the lion's share of facilities and amenities in the region, and that anything such as a hockey rink where somebody comes into city play and somebody goes out there to play, there's some reciprocal things. But on the pool front, we're the big 800-pound gorilla in town. We do lots of things to service people around the Regina region. Whether you've seen the flood of cars coming in on Highway 46 or on Victoria, and we're building overpasses and extra roadways and intersections to handle the flood of traffic coming into it. And I'm concerned that City Regina is really being taken advantage of. Often there's some specific things where we're not getting all our costs recovered for fire services that we're helping with other municipalities. We have people that have complained for years about the Prince of Wales connection from the CP line to Highway 46. Now, it used to be in the RM. Thanks for helping out, but now it's inside the city, and guess who's going to be paying for it? It's the city. There's other examples around where the city is providing services or it's economic development, and that helps the entire region, not just the City of Regina. So the City of Regina, we're pulling our share, we're doing more than our share for that. And when we deal with the new facility, it's a regional facility, and people are all there, are going to be coming from across the region, and we welcome them. It's a significant investment, and it is controversial. People have been up at arms, and it's been divisive in the community. I feel more people support it. When I did my polling and ran around the ward and knocking doors, more people supported it here. But it was controversial, and it's a tax burden on the citizens of Regina and will benefit the entire region. So at this point, I'll have some more comments for my 3 minutes. I thought I'd just finish up here with that. And
okay, so just one clarification. Do you have a time frame in which you look for this to be implemented, or what was your thoughts?
As soon as possible.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go to questions from your colleagues. So we'll go, Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was happy to work with Councillor Burton on this motion. I did hear this at doors a lot, and both of us share the common area of Arcola East, and near Ward 5 and Ward 4 is Emerald Park and White City, and a lot of young families with kids, and we simply don't have enough recreational or swimming facilities to keep up with the demand, and that is why we are creating a new facility. And it is so frustrating for parents and for families to get in registrations. Right now, you do have to get up at a certain time and a certain thing, and the demand is so much more than the supply right now. We are rectifying that with the new facility, and we're working towards that. And what was heard, and very overwhelmingly so, is we pay taxes, and these border communities are using our facilities, and we are in high competitive with them to get things. How can we make it a little bit easier? Ideally, we'd make it a little bit easier for everyone. But this does enable makes it a little bit better for the residents of our city to have a little bit of a head start with that. I did want to possibly add, well, here, I'll actually ask the question to, some questions to admin. These dollar amounts, I think Mark worked with you on them. Do you feel like they are good dollar amounts? Do you feel like they would cover the operational costs to put this program in place? Do you have any recommendation on those?
Okay, go ahead.
Through the mayor, I'm going to start, and then Mr. May can potentially add. He'll talk specifically about whether the dollar amounts are the right amounts or not, but I think it's important just to start with that there's about, right now, we have about 10% or 10,000 out-of-town registrants in our programs, all of our recreational programs. So it's only about 10% of the total participants in those programs. We have contemplated something like this in the past. However, there's lots of ways that people can work around the process, using relatives' addresses or things like that as well. So it isn't something we have pursued, but it can be challenging because we have no way to verify addresses or whether someone is registering with their home address or somebody else's address. I'll ask Mr. May if he wants to comment on the costs that were set.
Through the mayor, in terms of the fee itself, it's hard to judge whether or not it's a good amount or not. What I could provide is, in terms of all of our pass sales for last year, of those, we've got differences here between individuals and families. So of our family passes sold last year, 211 of those passes were sold to families with out-of-town addresses. So 211 times 50 is $10,550. Single memberships, of all the single memberships sold last year, 1,596 were sold to folks with out-of-town addresses. So multiply that by 20, you get $31,920. So based on the principle, I see where you're driving in terms of amount, in terms of making a significant impact on the cost recovery for our facilities. I don't, as of today, with today's data, I don't see this having a big impact.
And then my next question is the priority swinging registration process. I feel that's actually even more important and even more what I've heard of at the door and from my citizens, is that it's just so difficult to get into the registration. And if there could be some sort of preferential way to do that. Is there a system that's in place right now for that?
Thank you. Again, I'll start. Mr. May have addition to add. Currently, right now, the way our programs work is registration for City addresses starts on Tuesday, and out-of-town participants register starting on a Thursday, whenever a program opens. So there is a bit of a separation currently between city and out-of-town. Again, it's largely on the honor system. I don't know if Mr. May has anything additional?
Through the mayor, that's correct. Specifically with swimming lessons, they are very popular. They do sell out very quickly. So extending the stagger between in-town and out-of-town may or may not have an impact on the number of in-town folks who are able to get in. As I said, they sell really quickly, and that's mostly due to the amount of pool space available.
Okay.
Councillor, I'll just let you know you have 30 seconds left on your time.
I have 30 seconds left. Okay, I did want to possibly put an amendment to put in an exception to allow the pass holders of I think there's an affordability pass and accessibility pass to, Amber, can you help me with the wording? Just that if you're qualifying for those sort of more social economic categories, that you would be able to also still sign up at the regular time and not have more obstacles, if that makes sense.
And, Mr. Mayor, I would accept this as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just make it number 3.
Yeah, and I do support the 1 week. I do understand how that may not make much of a difference with the timeline, but when I think about accessibility and people's times and their lives, if we do get to a place where there's less supply and demand, it would be much more fruitful for people to be able to do it on their free Tuesday or Thursday, or, for example, I couldn't do it on a Wednesday at 2 because I'm here.
Okay,
So,
Councillor.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next I have Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the amendment on the floor, as well as the intent behind it from Councillor Burton. Understand the weight on Regina taxpayers put on to provide a regional asset, so I understand the spirit of this. But I can't support it. As a council, we haven't had a chance to have a chance to get together to actually make a strategic plan for how we're going to fulfill our commitments as a council. When I look at the past 8 years that I've dedicated towards City Regina in this council, I spent 8 of them on regional committees. I'll line this up with the swimming registration that's asked for on the screen for one example. The indoor aquatic facility that's been so contentious and back and forth between both politicians and residents. Well, the residents of Regina are going to end up paying for that because the idea pans out when we operate a swimming facility that we always have. But I think the part that should be contentious that's never spoke about is the fact that there's over $14 million of PST paid on that facility to operate as a regional facility. So when I talk about a strategic plan for council, I think we should be thinking of the big numbers, what's actually being provided by us for not just our residents, but our region, and talking to the people who provide the framework for what we operate on in that region. There's many inequities over and above the one I just mentioned, and you know, I think we should approach this with our neighbors and not start a fight before we start to address this, because I think that we need that facility as well as our neighbors. And I think that when you're looking at developing economic prosperity in a region, the provincial government needs us to help them with doing that. And we can't just keep on taking that burden and putting it upon the limited number of taxpayers within the boundaries of the City of Regina. Every other province has reorganized their region already. In Saskatchewan, you have a politician for every 1,500 people. In New Brunswick, you have a politician for every 1,900. And that's because of the reorganization of the RMs and the smaller communities. And it's time to come up to that point so there's equity in this for everyone. And so we can quit fighting each other for having nice things. And I think we have to come as a council for a more strategic approach on how to address this, so I can't support it.
I don't think there's a question. Was there a question in there or no? Just statement. Yeah, no, you're good. That was a question from Councillor, so you're good. No, there's no question in there. And you, just to be clear, you'll have a chance to speak again for a close. Kate, we'll go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Thank you. You talked about the tracking the addresses for this was a challenge. Is there any other reasons why we haven't pursued these in the past?
Through the mayor, I'm actually going to turn this one to Mr. May to see if he can provide more clarity to it.
Through the chair, as the person registers with us to either buy a pass or enroll in a program, they'll fill out the personal information, and right now it's on the honor system, and they will put in their address as they will. Going forward with something like this, eventually we will have to find a way to verify that, to make sure that we are capturing all of the out-of-town folks. So we will likely, at some point, have folks start ask as they renew things or register for new programs, give us proof of address. It won't be foolproof. There will be ways to game the system. Somebody will be able to come up with some way to convince us that they have a Regina address when they actually live out of town.
All right. So with those logistics, what costs would be associated to having to implement new ways to enforce those type of things, if any?
Through the mayor, I couldn't answer that question with the information that we have in front of us today.
Do you expect that there might be any costs?
Through the mayor, the cost would be mainly staff time.
Staff time, okay. You spoke about the amount of money that we would generate through these fees. Could you talk a little bit more about, yes, we're generating money, but why would it's not significant enough to implement this?
Through the mayor, $10,000 or $30,000 in term is a chunk of money for me individually. That's a big amount of money. In terms of the operations of these facilities and moving the needle on our cost recovery in them, it's not. However, that may not necessarily be the point of this motion. It's, as the councillor was tying it more to residents versus non-residents.
All right, and in terms of the way that we interact with our neighboring RMs, how do we know if there is any reputational risk to this city and our like how we are as neighbors if we add this, given that the logistics of making this happen seem to be tough? So in addition to that, what other risks do we run by seeming I don't want to say unwelcoming, but like that's the first thought that came to mind.
Thank you, through the chair. I mean, I think anytime you're charging people more money, they're not going to be happy about it. I think there's arguments for and against either direction. Like, I understand, you know, Councillor Burton's observation that these facilities are subsidized, so if you're not paying tax dollars, you should perhaps pay more. And I also understand that there may be impacts to those decisions and other ways to handle it.
And do we have any data on what the economic impact that people coming into the city to use the facilities, because sometimes they might stop for food and other things, what that is compared to the fees that we might get from something like that?
Through the chair, not at this time. We'd have to do some sort of like an economic impact analysis where we were actually following the people coming into the facilities and tracking their spending. Right. My assumption would be there would be value add to that, though.
All right. So I see the the reason why this come up, and I can see some of the merits in terms of, you know, we are tasked with the cost of this facility, but because of the logistical issues of enforcing this, in addition to the actual revenue that we could generate from it, it just doesn't seem like a strong enough argument weighing in like what it would cost in terms of our reputation as a welcoming community. For that reason, I'm not inclined to support this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Flores. I'm going to take a moment to weigh in myself on this one just for clarity, as I'm learning information as well. So from what I heard from Mr. May and the numbers that we're talking about, a couple pieces. One, in terms of swimming lessons, completely agree that we need more swimming lessons, but I look at this as the root cause is that we don't have enough facilities. So I see the aquatic facility as the actual root cause condition to help with that, versus the volume that we're seeing. And then the other component is that reputation with our regional partners. I would rather go from a positive aspect, let's build those relationships and figure out how we work together with them, rather than put a punitive fee in that regard. And then to Councillor Mancinelli's point, I think there's some opportunities, if we build those relationships with our regional partners, we look for potential bigger savings opportunities together. So just to put my stance out there for this particular one. And with that, I will go to Councillor Rasevich.
This is directed, I guess, towards the administration or Councillor Burton. Any other precedent in other cities or communities that do anything like this? Does anybody know?
Mr. May, do you want to speak to that one?
Sure. Through the mayor, yes, there are some communities that do this. Big cities like Toronto and New York City, they implement these kinds of things. It's hit and miss. There is no trend I could point to that say, yes, this is industry standard.
So there is, okay. I guess my only other comment could be maybe that something like this, again, it's a small thing, I guess two ways to look at it. You know, do we try building relationships first and bringing it up, or do you have something like this in place, maybe that actually gets municipalities going, you know what, maybe we should start talking more? Depends which way you want to look at it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Wondering if Councillor Burton's open to separating these as separate votes.
It doesn't have to be open to it. You can actually, are you looking to do separate votes?
I think so.
Okay, if you just clarify how you'd like it, we'll separate it to the votes you'd prefer.
Separate 1 and 2.
Okay. 1 from 2 and 3, or 1, 2, and 3 all separate?
Well, I believe...
Oh, sorry, 3 is connected. Okay, so between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Indeed. And then I guess secondly, and just as the clerk's telling me I'm learning, I'm likely to procedurally have to make a mistake now, but I'm wondering if the process for potentially tabling this to allow us to study the implications and opportunity cost of it, as well as likely revenue derived versus revenue lost of the visitor spend associated with people visiting our communities, and some of the things through the chair that you pointed out, Mayor. And perhaps those were offered in opposite order of what they should have been.
So after looking to separate the vote, do you want everything tabled? Like, would that be the preference number one, is to see if
yes, please,
we could table it? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll look to administration. If we were to table this, how much, part 1? Oh no. If we were to...
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. You can withdraw your compliment to me. No, first I'd like to look to my colleagues' willingness to table this motion to allow us to study the implications of it a little bit further. And I suppose depending on what that happens, I'll then suggest that we separate the vote. Start with tabling. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so given there's a motion to table, that supersedes everything else, so I'll look to admin. Given the comments by Councillor Fro, what would be a time frame to table until, to allow administration time to bring back information based on what was requested?
Through the mayor, we have a report coming on fees that we may be able to roll this into. That's scheduled for Q3 of this year. So we could look at kind of folding it into that analysis and bringing it as part of that report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fro, okay. So we'll need a seconder to move that tabling. Councillor Radens, okay, thank you. And just to be clear, so when something is moved to be tabled, it is stopped and it's tabled, so this will be brought, and there's no debate? Yeah, and so we'll take the vote to table this amendment. Councillor Sickles, I think we're just waiting for your vote to table.
Apologies.
That's okay.
Table this.
Mayor Brzezinski, the tabling motion is passed in a vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor of the tabling motion were Councillors Fro, Radens, Burton, Bezo, Turnbull, Zakitniak, Sickles, Flores, and yourself, Mayor. Voting against were Councillors Mancinelli and Rashevich.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll go back to Councillor Burton. It's back to you for the main operating.
Main operating.
Capital. Yeah.
I'll just finish up with a few comments about the motion here for that. Just as I talked about voluntary and Councillor Massinelli, you talked about working with regional considerations as we move forward. I did put it on the honor system to start with the idea of eventually we'd audit here. And to have parents that come and tell their kid to tell the truth at school and then go stand in line and lie. I'll ask Mr. Clerk, is it okay to say a non-ratepayer from outside the city I can say is lying? Is that acceptable?
Perhaps you should just say being less than truthful.
Pants on fire?
It's really your call.
Let's
don't worry.
Moving forward.
Moving forward. If you encourage your kid to do take that type of action, it displays the content of your character and the values you really wish to instill in your children. And it bothers me sometimes as people like to slag government as being corrupt and evil, and people might take actions to pathetic ones for a few dollars for a lot of people that might be able to afford that, and do some things that are less than honorable for that. And in the long term, and the day that we start looking at some regional opportunities to help with stuff, I would definitely say, hey, we could take this off the table, because if we regionally get some agreements with other municipalities, I'm in. Let's make it happen here. But I got to start somewhere with that. I have to deal with bedroom communities that boast about lower taxes but don't have facilities, and they're coming in freeloading on the city of Regina. And I believe this is something long-term, is something, and if this administration has some better fees that could be arrived at, I would be more than welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Burton. Okay, we are on to Councillor Bezo. This is for, so we're on the, this is for your 5 minutes on the general operating capital, as well as any amendments you'd like to put forward.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. I only have one motion today. The motion is describing something that I'm actually reading on page number 10 of the budget overview. On page number 10 of the budget overview, where should the city spend more? Road constructions and repair, 45%, affordable housing, 40%, public safety and crime, 40%. Our community, is the community seeing value in our tax dollar? 51% roughly say no. What are the top priorities from the community? Maintain or increase capital spending. Roads, pipes, parks. Reduce property tax. Create opportunity to reduce city expenses. As we sit around the table for the past few days, the few levels of government, or a few levels came to see us. We've had Real come in here. They came back to the table twice. They reduced some numbers. The RPS came in here. They reduced numbers. Their budget reduction was about $3 million. Both those budgets are less than 20% of our city budget. The city has told us over the past few days why they cannot reduce their budget, and they have to increase taxes. We also heard the city is growing at a rate of 1% per year, or not 1%, but about 1.5% per year since 2001. However, the city budget is growing by over 8%. So we are showing in the data, in the budgets, in the information provided, our city is growing faster in spend than our population is demanding. Doing a deep dive and analysis of what's going on here, I've gone through the organization structures within the city. Therefore, my motion is that city manager be directed to reduce the city operation staffing levels, specifically out-of-scope employees of manager level and higher classifications, including consultants, and to realize a savings of the equivalent of 1% mill rate, or about $3 million by the end of 2025.
Okay, Councillor Bezo, I just want to make sure if you look at the wording up top to make sure that we have it correct up there, if there's any words missing, because you mentioned, I think, out of scope in there. So I just want to make sure if there's anything missing that we captured.
Out of scope management levels. Out of scope. Management level positions or higher, managers and above managers positions for classifications. And where this is driving from, as I go through the organization structure, I've looked at some of the information from a few years ago.
So I'll just get a seconder, and then I'll go back to you. So I'll look for, okay, Councillor Sickley's. Okay, sorry, and then go back to you, and then you'll have 3 minutes to put any clarification around it. Go ahead.
I looked at some of the staffing levels from 2023. Certain positions had about 5 staffs under those positions. Today, those same positions, as I count, had 57 people under that organization umbrella. As I go through this staffing for the entire city, it seems like there is different positions. I've seen directors with managers, 1 report, managers with no reports. Then I've gone all the way down to the organization structure of the people that do the work, the people that fix the roads, the people that repair the pipes, the people that are out there on the graders, the people that are expected to do the work that the city is requiring them. Foremen supervise 12 people, but yet managers supervise none. So if you want to describe this shape of how our city is operating, I'm going to say it's an hourglass. We're pretty fat in the middle. So at that point, I think my point is very clear, what I'd like to see. We've asked all of our service partners to come back with a reduction. Everyone has come back with a reduction. Everyone has graciously come back to a reduction to help with that affordability, which is listed as top priorities. Now, I'm going to ask the city to do the same.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bizo. I will look to see if any members have any questions. I see Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
I don't really have a question. I said, when are we going to vote?
Do it right now if you want.
Okay, a couple more questions before that, so we'll get clarification. Go to Councillor Flores, go ahead.
Sure, thank you for that. To administration, what would be the cost implications of doing that in this calendar year in terms of figuring all of that and removing positions? And
go ahead, Mr. Schisler.
Thank you. Through the chair, so if you'll bear with me, we're going to have to use some averages because it's a dollar number we're trying to find, and as we talked about before today, there would need to be a process to figure out where these changes could be made. So if you assume that these positions are currently filled, and you take the average City of Regina out-of-scope employee currently, there's a couple factors you want to consider. So if you bear with me, let's think about an employee who makes $1,000 a year. So it's a round number, just bear with me. So it's almost the end of March, so that employee all in has been paid $250 already out of the 2025 budget. Assuming this was to pass and we would need to do some work and line things up and everything, let's assume we do this at mid-year, June 30th. We could do it another date, but let's just to keep my math simple, Councillor. So at that point, we've paid these folks $500. So to get $3 million in 2025, you'd have to find $6 million in salary savings if you're with me, because you've already paid an amount. I'm not sure that this motion says that, or if it says identify them by the end and make it happen for 26, so I'll clarify that later. But if we go with my assumptions there that we do these at mid-year, on average, we would be paying somewhere in the neighborhood of 9 or 10 months of severance to the average out-of-scope employee. So that would be added in the year it's incurred. So your savings would be, give or take, nullified by the transition costs in that first year. That doesn't mean there won't be savings in future. So that's just the financial picture. I don't know that any of us would be able to estimate at this point any impacts on work that wouldn't be done, programming that wouldn't be,
right.
Things we would have to change. It wouldn't be free from a work to do perspective either.
so to that point, what about the workload? So we're, different departments have different reporting structures and all of that. So the work that manager is doing would then be offloaded to somebody else. If there's somebody who's not in a management position having to take on management-related tasks, would we then have to look into compensate them fairly to take on that? What would the implications of that be in relation to workload share?
Through the chair, I'll take a start. There may be others that want to add an example. I would say we'd look at all those types of arrangements. Generally speaking, it's difficult to sort of downshift work from out-of-scope into in-scope positions due to contract terms and all that type of stuff. I think we would look at things where perhaps somebody else could take care of part of it. More than likely, it'll mean a lot of things will stop. I haven't been here a long time, but my understanding is they're over the last 5, 6, 7 years and everything, and costs and inflation and things that we're doing and growth, there isn't a lot of extra slack where you can just say, okay, Lee, here, do my job. Difficult to do that, so I would imagine there'd be a lot of stopping things, but we would look for other out-of-scope positions where we could share, do some of it, that effort. But I think it would be, I couldn't possibly estimate, I don't know if anybody else could, but it wouldn't be a lot that could be handed off.
Right. And then would that have any implications or impacts on our in-scope union positions where they would then have to be, like, if they take on new tasks, how would that impact their roles and what has been negotiated through the union?
Through the chair, I'll answer in general. Generally speaking, if you materially change the duties of a position that's covered by a collective agreement, the job description would be updated, and that change and any changes that could or could not come from compensation would be sort of bargained. We would not have to go in a round of bargaining, but discussed and agreed to by management and the union. So there would need to be a process there if you impacted in scope.
What would
position.
a timeline of that process look like? If we're talking about, like, the ask is for this budget year.
Right. So
Would that even impact the ability to do it this budget year?
through the chair, I guess I would approach, try not to speculate, but I think we would try and approach this without impacting in-scope job descriptions. So, but if where we had to, the process itself for one isn't onerous, but if it was multiple, we'd need, some time. There's a lot of back and forth. There's periods where people understand, they go away, do some more work, come back and talk together. A few months, perhaps, if it was larger.
And just finally, through the chair, I understand this, and to an extent, I think there's always room to find efficiencies, especially in large organizations, because there's lots happening. I don't see this as this budget year to be achievable based on the information that has been shared with us. But if we were to consider finding efficiencies through the way that we structure organization from the management end, what would be your approach as administration to do that if that was the goal? Or if is there a value in that, or we see other initiatives to have a better outcome for savings?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Maybe I just want to make sure I understand. Can you just ask me the question again?
Sure. Like, if, let's say, we look at reducing management style positions as a way to create savings, based on the information that has been shared with us. I don't think this year is achievable, but let's say we go forward with something like that. How would administration approach that in a way that is manageable or possible?
Sure, and so through the chair, a great question. Obviously, when you're talking something this significant, I think our total out-of-scope salaries are somewhere around 35 million, all in with benefits. If you scraped out the police out of that, because I don't think Councillor Bezos wants to touch the police, so let's call it 30, just under $30 million. So you're asking for a 10% cut out of there. We'd have to start looking at the highest numbers left, so we'd go to fire. Fire would be the next highest, so we would start looking at out-of-scope staff in the fire department, and then sort of downward from there. So from a financial perspective, we'd be looking at where can we get the biggest savings all at once. And then we'd have to start saying, well, what does this impact for services, right? We start laying off people in the bus, in the transit network. Are we going to have to cut service on the buses? Are we going to have to cut snow removal? If we don't have managers to coordinate, a snowstorm's coming, who's getting up at 1 a.m. to get on that truck? That's the types of decisions we'd have to be making.
Not the manager.
All right, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to speak my piece now. Councilor Bezo, I appreciate your drive for efficiencies, and I can appreciate that. I'm not aligned with the approach of a blanket approach. What I would rather do is take this as an opportunity to highlight, to make sure that we work through our strategic planning to make sure that we have mandated performance management for all levels, and that we have KPIs and measurable and clear objectives for everybody. At that point, I would be more than open to reviewing all that information coming forward to make sure that the departments working within the city are operating effectively. That would be the approach that I would be behind. I'm just not comfortable going with a blanket approach.
Okay, that's fair enough, and I appreciate the conversations around scarcity that you're throwing out there by doing this approach where you're not gonna be able to have fire.
Counselor, that wasn't a question, I was just
Yeah,
commenting.
no,
so-
this is my turn still, right?
No,
Like-
you'll get to close. You'll have the last word to
Oh,
close
okay.
on the amendment. So I'll go, Counselor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple comments first. I do agree with this amendment in spirit, maybe not in the amount asked for, especially in light of Mr. Schisler's comments. One thing I don't agree with is the analogy of the hourglass being fat in the middle. I think it's fat on the top and fat on the bottom, just to get the vision right.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't mean, just to put a joke in there. This is a serious matter. Last year, being that I'm a returning counselor, the head of the CMM lobbied council to get in-scope positions filled because of the pressure put on middle management. Being on council all the way back from 2016, I remember the double budgets and the restructuring of management back in those days, the thinning out of it and what had to be done to make budgets happen. And for quite a few years now, I've been working towards performance management, coming into administration and making sure that was what was driving decisions. And I have to say that although I still want to work towards performance management with the weight put on this budget and how it's laid out and what I've witnessed in my tenure here, I agree with this motion. I'd like to put an amendment on the floor. Maybe it'll be adopted as friendly, maybe it won't. Either way, it'll be voted on. But instead of the 1%, 3 million, in light of Mr. Schisler's comments and some of the repercussions of it being into the year and the adjustment being made, I think that by my sight, that would be more appropriate to be set at about $1.6 million. And I think that would put it at approximately a 0.6% mill rate. Someone will have to get a calculator. It's probably 0.557 or something. So that would be the amendment I put on the floor, whether it's adopted or voted on.
Okay.
0.5%, that's fine.
Okay, I will make that friendly, and, yeah.
Okay, Councilor Beasley, you're good with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Speaking to the comments I heard from the CFO.
Oh, sorry, one second, I just want to check, Councilor Stickley's as a seconder, I just want to check if you're okay with the friendly amendment as well? No, you want it to stay as is on the, okay. So in that case, we'll have to do it as a amendment, that will. Okay, so it'll be a separate amendment that we'll do to say the savings will be set at 0.5% of the mill rate?
Yep.
Okay, so for that, first off, I'll need a seconder for this new amendment.
I guess my amendment wouldn't stand that.
Okay, so that one is withdrawn, and we'll go back, sorry, didn't make it to the floor, and we'll go back to the original amendment on the floor, which is Councillor Bezo's original, and then I guess Councilor Mancinelli will go back to you for the rest of your time if there's anything else you'd like to say.
You know what? I know that we were going around the circle twice. I'll be anxious to see how this votes through. I think that looking for the stability of the corporation in light of some of the information we received for that going on the board, I cannot support up to 1% at 3 million because of very much what Mr. Schisler explained about how deep we are into the year. But the intent of this amendment, I believe in strongly, so we'll see how this lands out.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Rasevich, go ahead.
Just, I had a question about attrition. So what's our attrition?
Sorry, Councillor Rasevich, sorry, I forgot. You'd spoken already on this
I
particular
blew it.
one. Sorry,
Okay.
that's my mistake. My mistake. All right, sorry about that. To Councillor Radens.
Beginning of the previous term, did the previous mayor do a review already to identify the types of savings we're talking about? And is the mover looking to pay for this report for a second time? So was there a report put forward, a review done already? Thanks.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
So yes, through the chair, there was an efficiency report done by Deloitte. The timing of it, I think, was a couple years ago. In their findings, there was nothing related to an excessive amount of staff. Their findings were more along the lines of implementing a CRM program. I'm forgetting, sorry, do you want to speak? I'm going to pass off to Lee. I don't have them all off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, yeah, so the actions that were identified through the Deloitte efficiency review was implementing a CRM, establishing a transformation office, doing the service definitions, and then they identified certain departments within the city where we could find savings, which was parks, procurement, fleet facilities, and roadways.
Okay, Councillor Adams, did that answer your question?
Okay, sorry, can you, we use a lot of acronyms, and I apologize, but what is a CRM?
Through the chair, CRM is customer relationship management or manager. Essentially, it's the Service Regina system, if that helps.
Okay, thank you. That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will go to Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. This is a big one. I understand the intent and the spirit of the motion, and I support some of the spirit and intent of the motion here. I do have concerns about implementing right now. We're just shortly into our first term in office right now. We've got 4 years. I think that I would prefer to, understanding what we have in front of us, we've got next few years and we've got strategic planning efforts. I think that if we look at how this new council crafts and shapes the future world that we have in front of us, that means that strategic planning is the best time to do such a thing, to look at where we feel it's strategically important to us as a council, as a city, as our citizens that we represent. And we've got 4 years to do that. I'm always concerned about that. Some people suggest that if we lose any positions, there would be service cuts. That, to me, I would challenge in the future, but I believe that there can be efficiencies that can be found, but right now at this point, I don't believe we've got enough insight and understanding to just put the blanket down, but I do understand and support the intent and the spirit of it to be more efficient and to make the city a leaner place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. The way we save money as a municipal corporation is through strategy, policy, performance indicators, and measurements around efficiency ratios, productivity, asset management, and budgetary discipline and debt. In my view, this isn't how we save money. It's clear there's unintended consequences. So we can look at capital carry forward, we can look at service standards, and we can look at our master plans and determine what, if anything, we might want to change. And so we should aim to get more efficient as a city. We've been elected for 4 months. There's absolutely no way we have enough information in front of us to make a decision today on the implications and opportunity costs associated with this, so I'll be voting no.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to go back to Councillor Bezo to close debate on this amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Bezo.
Perfect, thank you very much. Great input, great conversation. We rarely go, or I said as we're going around the table and discussing this, we're all talking about fear. We're talking about service cuts. We're talking about not hiring our firemen that we need. We talk about the 4 Ps: parks, protection services, paving, and pipes. So I never said about cutting infrastructure. I never said about cutting our fire protection services. I never talked about service level reduction. As I'm going through the organization chart, just on a couple levels, I'm seeing vacant positions all over, which are accounted for in the city operations as of January 2025 when this budget came out, which are showing vacant positions. Through vacancies, through attrition, we can achieve this. The last council, we're sitting here to get a job done. We're not sitting here as politicians. We need to get a job done. Part of our elected mandate is to work towards what is on page number 10. If we sit here and talk about things, and Councillor Froy, I completely appreciate through policies, through other aspects to get the work done, but if we have vacant positions, the question really comes down to, through vacancies, through attrition rate, why can't we get this? The first thing we want to throw out there is, let's cut the firemen, let's cut the policemen, let's cut everything else. Real came to us, they said, hey, we're going to come back, we're going to save some money. RPS came back to us, we're going to save some money. The city has come back to us and said, we're going to raise the taxes, we need more money.
So, you know, that's where I'm coming from. The biggest ask has been borne upon the police, has been borne upon Real. We've had a few different things. We talked about strategies that were implemented. One, what strategies were implemented for this management of change? You know, I've gone through the organization structure. We had 15 managers then. We did some big change management. Now we get 35 managers. So question is, what did we change? What did we optimize? We've got vacancies all over the place. We've got an attrition rate of 7%, and now we're saying we can't achieve something just by leaving positions vacant, and we can't achieve something by some attrition, that we're just going to sit here and not do something, like we're going to study it like a politician does?
I'll just check, are you asking any questions?
Well, that was the question. There's a lot of questions in there.
Okay, I just making sure before I open it up.
Our CFO put up his hand. He said he's going to help me out by reducing budgets.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. So appreciate your talk on vacancies. So there is a $9 million cost savings for vacancies in this budget. So it is built in. We do budget for vacancies. So yes, those jobs that you see are built into the budget. Otherwise, the mill rate would be higher. I will point out the fact that our total, you know, operations ask is 1% increase. That's lower than inflation. Okay, city administration takes very seriously the cost to our residents. Right, our equivalent ask, I appreciate our chief of police. He's very eloquent. If we did the same thing as him, we would have asked you for a 13% mill rate increase and then came back here and told you we saved you 10%. But we didn't do that on the council floor. We did it, we did the hard work to make sure that our citizens weren't getting a raise, weren't getting too much of a cost. To come here and tell me that we have 75% of the budget with less of an ask than police,
Mr. Anderson.
and to insinuate that we aren't doing that job.
Mr. Anderson, I'll just ask, we won't get into a debate around it. I appreciate the facts on the budget, but we just don't want to get into a debate back and forth on it. Okay. Yep. So, Councilor Beasley, you have about a minute.
No, I think I'm good. I think the point is well taken, and you know, I'm going to say if we had some efficiencies already built into this budget, and the budget was laid out well before we sat around this table, we still got all these vacancies accounted for on the organization structure. Nothing's really changed. No one's coming to the table and said, hey, you know, through attrition we can actually achieve something, Councillor Manzanelli. Like, I'm still open to saying, you know, can we do something less? Hey, I'm still open to it. You know, are we doing something? But at that point, I'm going to close for debate if everyone's done, and we'll move to a vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Beasley. Okay, I will, in that case, ask the clerk to start the vote, please.
Mayor, the amendment has been defeated in a vote of 3 in favor, 8 against. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Bezo, Rasovich, and Siklis. Voting against were Councillors Mansanelli, Fro, Radens, Burton, Turnbull, Zakidniak, Flores, and yourself, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go back to Councillor Bezo. This will be back to the main general and operating capital. So you still have time to speak to that or bring forward anything else? Go ahead.
You know, I'll wait for round 2.
Okay, sounds very good. Okay, so to myself. The clerk was trying to skip over me. Okay, thanks. I won't take a whole lot of time. I just wanted to highlight, I appreciate all the efforts in putting this budget together, and I appreciate my colleagues and all the questions, comments, amendments, and otherwise. I just really want to highlight that it's good that we have these discussions, and I think that's been productive discussions. It's good to highlight the different opportunities in front of us. and it's been highlighted before that we're only 4 months in and there's lots to learn still. So I know we're all trying to do good things, and we are going to continue to do good things, and we're going to continue to learn together. So I don't have any amendments to bring forward. I'm looking forward to any further discussions that we have throughout this budget process, and I appreciate the work that everybody's putting in, both on council side as well as administration side. So with that, and in the interest of continuing moving on, I will ask the question. So we have a second round to go through. I'm just going to ask the question if there is still commentary and otherwise, amendments and otherwise that folks have, just to give the opportunity to put your hand up if you still have comments and that to make. Kate, very good. On the general operating capital, to be clear. Very good. So what we'll do is I will go back to the start again and work our way through. Does anybody want me to read out the order again before we start, or are we all good? Yeah? No? We're good? If you want me to read the order, put your hand up. Okay. Okay, so the order to go through round 2 is Councillor Radens, Councillor Turnbull, Councillor Sikleys, Councillor Mancinelli, Councillor Rasevich, Councillor Zakiniak, Councillor Flores, Councillor Fro, Councillor Burton, Councillor Bezo, and myself. So with that, Councillor Radens, round 2, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I just have some comments, and I don't have any more amendments that I want to put forward. I will look at that for next year. So what I want to see for our city, and I think Council Fro had already spoken to this, is I want to see it grow. I want to see it bloom. I want to see it attract people. I want to see us improve. And I think part of that is taking care and making our city more appealing. And where I live, I see a lot of things that needs improvement, and I know that Councillor Zakiniak had asked some questions about North Central and Heritage, and I think what I want to see are those areas improve and they also bloom. I want to see revitalization. I want to see our city be beautified. I want to see we take some pride back in this city. We have had a bad rap. Regina has had a bad rep for far, far too long. And I think that we can do that. And I want to see us going forward doing that. And I think everyone at this table, and I'm not going to speak for anyone, but for me on a personal level, is I want to work towards doing that. And what I see is, I'm going to go back to my comment about we need to lead by example. And that means every single one of us on both sides of this table. And I think that we also equally need to extend grace to each other. And I'm going to speak to being kind, respectful, and treating people with dignity. That means if we're leading the way with those things, people see that in us for this city, and they will want the exact same thing. And I've heard a lot of negative talk on the doorsteps about how the last council was, and that's why we're here today. Change is in the air. Change matters. And so I'm going to go to, and I'd like to thank Councillor Fro. After lunch, we went for a walk, and honest to goodness, we don't appreciate what's outside. There are sculptures of Confucius, sculptures of Gandhi, and the big mural, which honestly I've lived here forever, and I never noticed it until today. So thank you for that. And some of the quotes I want to share that's on that mural in the middle of the courtyard. And I want it to be applied to our city, because the folks, we're going to go back to our history, the folks that paved the way for us, our ancestors, and everyone that came before us to this day, impacted Regina and made a difference. And so some of the quotes that did stand out for me, you take an opportunity if you haven't ever looked at it. Who dreams shall live, or who dreams shall live? A dream of making a home, a dream of a peaceful place, a dream of being a family, a dream called Regina. In the 1940s, this is some more history, you could walk down 11th Avenue and not hear a single word of English. Open door policy, open door society, open hearts, open minds. I like this one. I'm going to finish with this one. Cold weather awaits those who come. Warm hearts abound to welcome. I want that for our city. So thank you for that opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Radens. I'll go to Councillor Turnbull. Go ahead.
Okay. This is kind of a rocky amendment. I'm going to try and put forward, and then we can sort of talk through it. I'm not even fully sure how to word it, but I guess I want to look at or put on hold projects which are able to in the 10-year recreational cultural plan and to be deferred pending the outcome of the strategic prioritization session with council prior to the end of Q2 2025. And I can speak to that, and I'm sure that works.
Okay. Yeah, 1 second, we'll get us. I just want to make sure we can get it up on the screen.
Okay. Okay. I don't want a dollar amount on it, though. Okay.
Yeah, so once it's up here, we'll just make sure we got it clear and make sure it's written the way that we want it to.
I don't want a dollar amount on it, though.
Okay, but do you want it all deferred?
Okay, Councillor Turnbull, on the screen, can you just read that through and just confirm if that captures the intent of your amendment?
It's not a project, they're not necessarily currently underway, 'cause they don't want to do the ones which are, I guess, I want to identify projects within the 2025 10-year recreational plan that could be placed on hold pending the outcome of the strategic prioritization with council prior to the end of Q2 2025 to be aligned with our priorities and the Regina the recreational master plan.
Okay, so just to confirm, Councillor Turnbull, if you could take a look at the amendment and just confirm if that captures the intent?
Yes.
Okay, so for that, can I get a seconder for that motion? Or sorry, for that amendment? Councillor Radens, thank you. Okay, so I will go back to Councillor Turnbull, and you can speak. You have up to 3 minutes to speak to this particular amendment. Go ahead.
Okay, this is obviously a difficult amendment to write because the intent of this isn't to stop projects which are underway or stop any grant monies. But what I did notice in the overall recreational cultural plan, and we've talked about this a lot, is that we've inherited a capital plan which I haven't really found a good rhyme or reason to. And that's from previous decisions, and there's a lot of things in there. And in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily match the matrix that is outlined in the recreation master plan. And from my look at it and from my inquiries, I do believe we need a better capital intake and a better prioritization, and we do need to realign ourselves to our city priorities. Whether it's our recreational plan or whether it's with council, we do have a matrix in our recreation master plan which does rank projects, and it does have notes in it. And in those notes, it rates some things, and there's even in our recreational plan, it will say the city should not fund this or it should fund this. Also within our recreational plan, we have projects which would be likely rated low in the recreational plan, master plan, but also may possibly being subsidized also through our other partners. So part of this would be to look at duplication with our other partners. For example, our recreational partner could be getting a subsidized lease rate from Real, but also be getting operational money from the city, therefore getting grants on both sides. We also have an art program within the city of Regina, and then we have an art program with the Regina Public Library. There's just a lot of things in here, and I think this budget we have a little bit of opportunity. There's only 9 months between the two budgets, and at some point we have to step back and say, why are we doing these things? Does it align with our values? Does it align with us? Is this who we are? When can we take a moment, step back, and say, who is Regina? What is important? Are we just, what is making these decisions? I can't make those solo decisions. There's projects I might be putting on hold that I care a lot about. But we need to make those decisions together as strategically with administration, with us, with our recreational plan, and we need to realign it in a capital project intake which identifies our needs and our wants, has a rhyme and a reason, has an intake process, and it seems to me in this 9 months, if we could take this moment to step back and say, who are we and what are our actual things, and realign ourselves to these things. It shouldn't be me, it shouldn't be any of us here saying our project's better than the other. I think there's a real opportunity here to take a breather.
Okay, and you'll have another opportunity to speak as the closer on that. So I will go to our fellow councillors for questions. Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's absolutely imperative that we operate on a principle of trust, right? That we as new councillors trust administration, who's working in part, trusting the judgment of the community, and yes, the previous council. We're talking about plans and master plans. And the way in which we change a plan or a master plan, isn't in 3-minute increments today as we deliberate budget. It's also to engage the community more broadly. And I respect the spirit and intent of wanting to connect as colleagues to talk about our priorities as a council. But the consequences of us deciding today to defer a cultural plan and a recreational master plan that was built in good faith with extensive community collaboration is very extensive. So it's more than the projects that would be delayed or canceled this spring and summer and fall. It's the message it sends that within several minutes here on the floor of budget deliberations, that we would take all that good work and decide that we know better. So I'm open in the future to have discussions with the community more broadly about how we make amendments and changes to what we aspire as a community. But it's critical for me that we trust administration who worked in good faith in the direction of the previous council and the hundreds of community members, likely thousands, that engage in the process to create those plans. So I'll be voting against this, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Through the chair, what Councillor Fro said. And just in 4 years, I hope the next council trusts some of our decisions as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Sure. I think very wise words from Councillor Fro. Up until I came to sit in this chair, I was used to things being at rest in a stall to fix them. Coming to work on city council is like trying to fix a car while it screams its way down the highway to Vancouver. You got to hang on with both hands and do your job. You can't stop because people are counting on you because they've put those ideas years ahead before you got in this chair to be implemented. And it is very much a matter of trust in many instances.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for both of Councillor Fro and Mancinelli's comments. I appreciate that. So in terms of recreation and culture, so can you just explain, and I mean, I'm just looking for more information in terms of how would that impact under those headings, is what I'm looking for, the impact under recreation and culture and what that affects.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, I'll start and I'll probably need some assistance. This plan has been in place since 2019, and council directed dedicated funds to moving these projects along. So, I mean, the impact to projects would largely, they're going to start to impact those things that there's supply and demand issues for. So we know we don't have enough cricket pitches, for example, so it might start impacting those if we're looking just at projects that haven't started yet. I'm not totally answering your question, so I'm going to see if Mr. Hansen or Mr. May can provide more on what projects haven't started, because that's what I'm not totally familiar with.
Okay, who'd like to comment? Go ahead, Mr. May.
Through the mayor, in terms of the plan that's before you now, the projects that haven't started would be the cricket field and the park lighting. The cricket field is driven by what we know about supply and demand and the growth of the sports. The amount of participation has grown considerably over the last few years, to the point where we have determined that we need a new field to accommodate the number of players and leagues in the city. The park lighting project is something that has been floated, is an item of interest to several folks, but we haven't had time to advance anything on that as yet. The rest of the projects, like the IAF, are going forward, and I can ask Mr. Hansen to speak to some of the projects that are currently underway and what a delay would mean to those.
Sure, through the mayor, I can speak to a couple here. One, the one line community space is in partnership. That is for community space at new fire hall number 8. And we plan to be tendering that project for construction here this summer. So that one is well in motion and underway. Similarly, on the Parks Sub Depot and Mount Pleasant Support Facility project, if this funding gets approved, that $400,000, we're also in a position to tender that project for construction and move forward with that this year. So another project that's well in motion. So those are the two that I can speak to as far as in progress.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so so you only have a couple that are in progress right now. Through the chair, are there like any scheduled for the next year or two? I know the cricket is probably on.
Who'd like, Mr. May? Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, the items that are not in progress are the cricket field and park lighting. Almost everything else that you see in the plan that has money for 2025 is in progress.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're just going to pause and call a 15-minute recess. We'll be back at 2:30. note, we have Councillor Zakiniak has joined online now, and we expect Councillor Flores likely will join back online as well. Okay, so at this time, I'm just going to go to, because I think we got through those questions, but I'll turn back to Councillor Turnbull on this amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Turnbull.
Do you know how much time It's not terrible.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm going to, there's only 2 projects in this amendment, and it's not worth the cost. I have heard my fellow councillors and my administration, and it's just not worth it. So over the break, I have spoken to the mayor and my colleagues, and we are committed to reviewing the recreation and cultural plan during our strategic prioritization session with council. Put that in your minutes so that you know that we're doing it. The recreation plan I did review is actually really good. It's from 2019, and it was, our city does do good work. And I know in budget, are you telling me already?
Just to close the debate
Okay.
on the amendment.
Okay, you tell me when I switch to the other clock.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just to confirm, so you're withdrawing this particular
Yeah,
amendment?
I'm just closing it right
out
now.
on this?
I'm
Okay.
closing out this amendment right now.
Okay.
And then I'll switch to my time.
Gotcha. Yeah, you're
Okay.
good. And then and then once you're switching back to the main, then just let us know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to say when things like this come up, and there's some pretty tough ones that have come out, we're in a tough spot. It's easy to be hypercritical, but that doesn't necessarily mean we don't see the good work that the city is doing all the time. And I do want to acknowledge that the documents I'm referencing are from our staff who have put in the work, who have made these good plans. The recreation plan, the city plan, those have all had a lot of sweat and tears. And the reason I'm referencing them is because they are good and they're full of really good stuff. And I think when we're in this budget deliberations in these really tight spots, we get pitted against each other unfairly sometimes. And I wanted to hear what everyone was saying, what's happening, and say that basically I'm removing this because I'm in good trust. We want to work with administration and with council to get ourselves in a spot where we understand things, and we're committed to doing that during our strategic prioritization. And I didn't want to leave this motion with any of the administration feeling not appreciated for the work that they do, because it is noticed and appreciated. I have been here for probably 4 years back and forth with so many of you, first as a citizen and as a delegate, and now as a counselor. And so I know that you are working, and I've seen you approach me and tell me about things that you know I care about. So when these things come up, I think it's really important that we do a little bit of like team building during this too, because budget is hard, and I know that sometimes, I guess if everyone's unhappy, everyone wins. I don't know how that works, but so now I'm going to move to the main motion. I withdraw that amendment. Okay. Gone. And I don't have another one.
And Councillor Radens, are you okay with the withdrawal? Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Watching our services present to us, our citizens talk to us with all the passion and urgency to make this a better place for the things that they care about. You could say that people talk passionately, loudly to us because they care that much. And we have to remember that at the end of the day. Everyone is here because they care about something, and seeing people's faces over here in fear that we're going to take away that thing that they really care about, and how come we don't see how important it is really tough for us too, because it is so important and it's so difficult. And every saved dollar comes with a price. That's someone's job, that's someone's project, and I have felt that firsthand this time. Nothing is free. And in saying that, I want to acknowledge a 0.7% mill rate decrease we had, which didn't get to present to us. A 2.1 million mill rate decrease from the Regina Accessibility Plan that was taken away before it got to come to council. They didn't get to speak to us. They didn't get to say. The Regina Accessibility Funding was axed. Axed more than any of our service partners without the discussion or fanfare. This represented the service improvements to our disability community, which encompasses so many, that's 20 to 30% of us. Knowing we took away the choice and the ability to advocate for the line item for our most vulnerable, who have said over and over and over and over again that they want to be at the table and they want to be heard and no decision without us. This is our community members who often don't have a choice or dignity. And this is the line item this year, which was sacrificed and did not get to come here, did not get to present. We did not get a decision, and made me look at other departments. And I really just wanted to acknowledge their contribution to lowering the mill rate. And I want the Regina Accessibility Plan to get the same fanfare for reducing your taxes by $24 a year. And by not having the ramps for access. It was $24 a year, maybe less, I don't know, for that 25 to 30% of the population which wasn't here to be heard or said. And moving forward, I will be here for that 2026 budget. And everyone can hear and see me now that that line item is going to be in the 2026 item. And I'm going to be here for it, and I will bring everyone I have to because they just want to be here and at the table. And that 2.7 mill rate decrease we did this year was on the back of our most vulnerable disability community. So as we sit here talking about stuff, we need to know, I hope that $24 a year was worth it, because that was so many people. And that's something, that is my Groundhog Day. I have been here over and over and over and over and over again. That is why I've been here. It's why I'm elected. And that is where our mill rate decrease came from. It didn't come from anyone else. No, well, it did come from everyone else. It came from everyone. I shouldn't say that. It came from everyone. But they took the brunt of it and they weren't here to present. And I want everyone to acknowledge that. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Turnbull. Okay, we'll go to Councilor Siklees. Go ahead.
You, Chair. I spoke yesterday about why strengthening our Office of the City Auditor General is important. I encourage folks to find my comments on AccessNow TV on YouTube. But please only watch that part, because in the rest of the video I was annihilated by my colleagues for what they thought were bad ideas. So here's hoping today will be different. Here's hoping that the third time is a charm. Fingers crossed. I will share findings that illustrate common themes across Canadian cities. Inadequate oversight, inefficient resource use. Do I need a seconder for this amendment?
So you have to present, so you have to read out the amendment, and then I'll ask for a seconder, and then I'll let you speak to it.
The amendment is that 2 FTEs be added to support the internal auditor to address the 25-year backlog of required audits and rename the service as Office of the Auditor General, City Auditor General.
Okay, hold on 1 second. We're just going to look at the... Yeah, so because it was withdrawn before, you can absolutely put it back on the floor, Counselor. So with that, and you said two FTEs on this, right? Okay, and so I'll look for a seconder for this amendment. Oh, Counselor Rasevich?
Office of the City
So-
Auditor General.
Yeah, I was just gonna check with our city solicitor on the title, if you could comment on that.
Thank you, through the mayor. We mentioned, I think, yesterday when we were having some discussions about this, that the officer, when we talk about the Office of the City Auditor General, when we talk about the title Auditor General, it has different potentially legislative requirements and comes with additional powers. So some other provinces have legislative authority to create that kind of an office. My understanding is our Cities Act does not grant us the same types of authority to have an Auditor General. And so I would recommend that we remain with the title, the Internal Auditor. It's in compliance with our Cities Act that we have. And so there's potentially some issues with the naming of it as the Auditor General.
Yeah, so just checking, Councillor Sickley's, once this is typed up, is that okay the way it's written there for the title on
Nope.
that? What's that?
No,
Okay.
I don't agree with that. I think we need to change the Cities Act or make sure we have a ruling from the province on that.
Okay.
So we can pull that out, the naming altogether, don't you think?
Okay, so
Yeah,
we'll
let's
pull
do
the
that.
naming out, and then that way, outside of this, we can work on that particular act.
Yeah, that could be a future item, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll put it to you, Councillor Sickley's. Do you have 3 minutes to speak to this particular amendment? Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to share some findings that illustrate some common themes. Cybersecurity audit revealed vulnerable IT systems, highlighting need for stronger protections against cyber threats. This underscored the importance of safeguarding critical infrastructure and resident data. Another audit was not maximizing the value of its software licenses, a growing expense due to increased reliance on digital infrastructure. Recommendations focused on better planning and management to reduce costs and improve deployment efficiency. Another audit in another city looked at public works and environmental services, identified inefficiencies in managing frozen services and hydrant maintenance, pointing to gaps in operational oversight that could affect public safety and service reliability. A short-term rental program revealed weaknesses in enforcement, allowing the conversion of long-term housing into short-term rentals in another city. This finding emphasized the need to protect housing stock amid Canada's housing crisis. The first phase of an audit into park maintenance at another city's park branch identified inconsistent service levels, suggesting improvements to ensure clean, safe, and accessible public spaces for residents. An audit in another city wasted quite a few $1 million due to poorly managed snow clearing contracts. That we don't have here, I am sure. So I'll skip to the next one. The whistleblower report in another city contained 191 allegations of serious wrongdoing, such as fraud, waste, and conflicts of interest. This led to 11 investigations and 1 performance audit, with 17 recommendations issued to improve city policies and processes, highlighting gaps in internal controls. An audit of a transit in another city found significant flaws in project management, including inadequate testing before launch, poor coordination between the city and contractors, and unresolved safety concerns. These issues contributed to service disruptions and public dissatisfaction. Another Auditor General found 820 fraud and corruption allegations via their fraud and waste hotline. The audit noted that city-owned agencies and corporations were exempt from mandatory reporting to the Auditor General, limiting oversights and potentially allowing misconduct to go unchecked, which is why I want this office to have more power. An audit of real estate in another city identified weaknesses in property management, including undervalued assets and leases of city-owned land. The findings suggested a lack of transparency and inadequate processes to ensure fair market value, costing the city revenue. Another one found inefficiencies in city's vehicle fleet operations, including underutilized vehicles, poor maintenance scheduling, lack of a coherent replacement strategy, recommendations aimed at reducing costs and improving fleet utilization, saved an estimated $2 million annually. I could go on and on and on. So here's the conclusion. City-level audits in Canada demonstrate clear financial benefits, often recovering or saving millions annually through targeted improvements. These gains underscore the value of a strong Auditor General's office, not just for accountability, but as a driver of fiscal responsibility with impacts that can compound over time as cities act on recommendations. It is my sincere hope that every one of my honorable colleagues will add support to our overworked and understaffed independent watchdog function, especially since we all swore an oath to perform the duties of our office imposed by the Cities Act. Please join me in doing something good that will bring millions of dollars of benefits lasting long beyond our tenure here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll open up to our colleagues for questions. I have Councillor Bezo first. Go ahead, Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That was fantastic. We've heard this afternoon a few things. We've heard terms like, you know, spend and keeping things under control for spend, sensible spend, a bunch of different terms. 100% agree with what you're saying. There is always time for improvements. Councillor Chaubenot, when you were in the military, I was in the military. Every time we did an exercise, it was the review process. As soon as you did it, you did the review process. Councillor Fro, you brought a very good point to the table. Said, you know, if we're really going to affect policy and we're really going to affect change and we're going to really affect change management and watching our dollars, we're going to do the policy. So what Councillor Secles is bringing to the table is, you know, a policy change. You know, it's an internal look. Is like, are we doing the right thing? Do we have that lens to say, hey, are we doing it the right thing, the right time, at the right amount of spend? So it's a very good motion that you're bringing to the table. And we also heard from administration, they have positions available for this, that we are not holding them back from hiring these positions. So, Councillor, I fully support this recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bezo. Yeah. So I'm just gonna, the comment was made, so I just want to clarify, Councillor Secles, did you have an idea of where you wanted these positions to come from? Was it increased funding through mill rate? Was it reallocation? What was kind of your thoughts behind that, if you don't mind?
Well, I trust my administration to figure it out, but I think Councillor Mancinelli has an idea that I don't remember the term, job something or other, that might help. What's it called? It's a reallocation.
Okay, so I know Councillor Mancinelli's was next on the list to speak, so I can let him speak, and then we'll probably want to check in with administration to confirm otherwise, so we'll do that. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Just for the record, the term I used was salary lagging positions. It's the same as the reallocation. I think that's what Councillor Secles is indicating, just to clear it up. And I step up to support the amendment on the floor. I was pretty proud to support this in my second term to get the Office of the Internal Auditor set up. Reviewing the audit and finance meetings I've attended and the information shared, there is an enormous backlog and a staffing shortage to get to it, being that the office was just set up. The auditor pointed out that although we might assign staff to him to do his audits, he still has to cooperate through all the departments he's auditing to achieve the audit. I believe that's doable still. I think this is part of performance management to get a measurement of what's going on in the city formally. A lot of instances were given for inappropriate spends in other municipalities. I think that maybe one of the things we've overlooked about the internal auditor is oftentimes there's low-level positions that people are working their guts out and proud of their city, and they kind of got crapped on by things like just bins because the city organization isn't viewed in a positive light, because we're not always good at talking about our wins. And sometimes this audit position reveals to you just how efficient your staff is, and I've witnessed that. And I think that's one of the positive outcomes that can come from this policy as well. And maybe potentially, if people want to actually believe data given, have a little bit of positive belief in the institution that's running their city, because I think it's warranted. So I support this. I think that looking for the efficiencies, following up for the performance management we've all talked about, and looking after the audit of the city after a 2-decade rest probably should be put a little bit more on the foreburner. So I encourage you all to support this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, so I just want to go to admin with respect to the salary lag reallocation comment. Can someone comment on that just to see if that makes sense? Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So, great point, Councillor Mancinelli. We did change the way we budget this year compared to prior years. So like I had mentioned, we now budget for salary lag or salary vacancies. So we can't do the reallocation, which we could do other years. So before, when we came to budget, we would just assume that every FTE was full 100% of the year, and then we'd have some room there to do reallocations. Instead, to keep our mill rate down, we actually added that vacancy number into our budget this year, which my corporate background is a much more proper way to do it. Now, that being said, it eliminates the ability for us in the budget book to just swap out and say, well, we'll take this out of any kind of efficiencies with vacancies, because we've already built the expected vacancies into the budget. So this would have to be an increase in mill rate as it's worded right now. And that would be roughly, oh geez, I had it right in front of me. It's 0.14% of a mill rate increase, equivalent to 28 cents per month for the median homeowner. But management fully supports this. We believe in a great internal audit department for all the great things that have been said. I've been an internal auditor, so I champion that, and Dinniker's a great add to the city.
Appreciate the comments, and I believe it was still my turn to speak, so I can continue.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I just wanted to put this out there. Knowing you're new to the position, your first budget, most of this information came to your desk. To have a positional change going into a budget and ask me to be responsible on behalf of 22,000 other people and not educate me ahead of being on camera in front of the media and what's going on is very tough to swallow once again.
Yeah.
So I can read through format changes. I can do math to work my way back for an understanding. I can put a great effort in to try to represent well, but I can't read tea leaves. So please, more information, share your positions, reserve balances, salary lag, these are important decisions. So I don't like going through this blind and having surprises on day 3. So just a couple comments for next year. Thank you.
So I'm just, with that information, I just want to go back to the mover, Councillor Sickley's, understanding the comments made by administration in terms of where this would come from. They're proposing it would come from a 0.14 mill rate increase. So I'll just get your comments on that to see how where you stand on that.
Well, I don't know if I'm speaking for others, but I'll speak for myself. The word value comes up quite a bit when you knock on doors. People aren't afraid of paying taxes. They're just afraid of paying too much and not getting much in return. Considering that an auditor general with the right powers and the right head count can generate millions over years, I think 14 cents is worth it.
Okay. No, thank you for the clarification. And I'll just check with Councillor Rasevich, if you're, as a seconder, I'll just ask if you're okay with, once it's put up on the screen.
Dyslexic over there. That's what they say.
That's pretty tough. I see the benefits, but I just, when I look back at my amendments and how, like, we couldn't delay bike lanes, we couldn't save taxpayers some money to do something like this.
So,
anyways, yeah, I will.
You'll what? Punish me?
Yes?
No.
No? No?
No. I'll. I'll support the change, I just have to think about.
I can check for a different seconder if you don't want to be a seconder. Okay, so I'm going to look for a different seconder on this motion. I see Councillor Mancinelli. Okay, so I will continue with the questions around the table. Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Okay, so you threw a monkey wrench into there. Anyway, okay, so can you, like, salary leg? Every organization has their lingo, and so can you just explain salary leg, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, and through the chair, great question. So salary lag, as we call it here, or salary vacancies, is essentially a way for us to properly budget what we think our total salaries and expenses will be for the year. We know as an organization that has roughly 3,000 employees, 3,000 plus, that we won't have them in their chairs full-time for the whole year. So we do a historical trend to understand what that cost is or what that savings is from having vacancies, and then we build that in as part of the budget so that our total salaries budget is more reflective of what we expect it to be for the year. Does that help? So you start with all of your FTEs fully here for 365 days at their salary, and then we say, okay, what is an average amount of savings that we have due to the fact that there's attrition and rollover of positions, and we deduct that from the total salary load.
Oh, so you deduct it?
Yes. So if we had $1 million of salary load, right, for say a department, and then we typically would have, say, $100,000 of savings due to vacancies, then their net budget would be $900,000. And so for this budget book, we just put in $900,000 instead of the full amount, because we know corporate at the top of the city that we're going to have vacancies. So we don't want to charge the city for, like, the city residents through the mill rate for vacancies.
Okay, thank you. So how many vacancies is there currently? Can you give me that number?
Mr. Schistler, I'll let you, assume you're looking something up there, I see. Yeah.
Just bringing up the number through the chair. So this is vacant positions currently, as of this morning, across the whole city. They'll all be in different stages of being vacant. We currently have approximately 41 that are vacant and not yet posted, but many of those will be posted in the coming days or weeks. So usually the vacancy number is tough because it varies. Somebody leaves, we hire somebody 4 weeks later, et cetera. Doesn't really tell you much about the budget. Depends on how long it takes to hire them. The factors that are used for the budget kind of tell you what the financial impact is. But at any given time, out of that 3,000, 30 to 50 positions are vacant. Some may stay vacant. Most of them will be re-recruited.
Okay, so then how long, I mean, in terms of vacancy, what's the longest vacancy and the shortest vacancies? Because that's going to help me decide on, yeah.
Sorry.
So an employee, how long, what's the longest it's been vacant for? And the shortest period that an employee would, like a position would be vacant for?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
So thanks through the chair. When we set the budget amount, we don't consider the length of time for vacancy.
Okay.
We just take prior years and go, okay. Total, do you understand, sort of?
Yes,
Sorry,
I
you're
do.
making me excited because this is accounting stuff.
No, it's okay. So if we're talking budget, it's fine. So in terms of your vacancy then, because currently we were looking at reducing the mill rate. And so this is just my comment, and now we want to increase it, and understanding that, yes, we need to do internal audits to make sure that, we're not in a backlog and things are copacetic on that front. I understand, however, we looked at reducing the mill rate, and now we want to increase it for 2 positions. And so my question is, can we, for the vacant positions that you currently have, can we not move that to audit? I mean, because you're not, fair enough that you're not accounting for it for this year, but perhaps we can look at it for next year. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
So yeah, sorry, through the chair. So we are accounting it for it. So if I have in my budget $1 million, I only get 900,000. So I have to have empty seats in order to meet my budget, otherwise I'll go over budget. I can't use vacancies. So the reason we do this is so that we can't use vacancies to hire more people. So if you don't budget in vacancies, and for my department, if I have somebody leave, right? So the exact thing you're saying is what we're trying to eliminate. I don't want my colleagues to hire more people because they had a vacancy. Does that
Fair.
make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I am a little bit conflicted in terms of increasing the mill rate because we worked hard to bring it down yesterday, and so we're just, it makes, yeah. So I'm a little conflicted here, but I'm not in favor of increasing the mill rate for 2 positions. Thank you.
Okay. So just a clarification for admin, given that we are in March right now, the 2 positions at the 0.14 mill rate, is that, can we just clarify, would that potentially be less just given that we're partway through the year? Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. Yes, so it's, by the time we got them staffed up, it might be a half a year probably, because they're very hard resources to find.
Okay. So would it be fair to say, could we put 0.07? Would that be a more accurate number?
Yeah, I'd feel comfortable with that.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I will go to Councillor Fro. I do recognize Councillor Zakidniak on the line, so after Councillor Fro, I have Councillor Zakidniak, just so you know you're acknowledged. So Councillor Fro, go ahead.
Just for clarification through the chair, is administration in concurrence in recommending the addition of 2 FTEs to the Office of Internal Audit?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, we would be happy to do that. It's a good process for us to have as well, to have someone staking and making sure that our controls are operating effectively. So.
Thank you. With that in mind and the adjusted meal rate increase, I'll be supporting this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Zakidniak, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I guess the first piece is, aside from the 0.07 mill rate increase, what I would like to see is an actual number attached to that. I think that's important as part of our budgeting process. So what is the actual monetary implication of the 0.07 mill rate increase?
Okay, I'll look to Mr. Anderson for that. Go ahead.
Through the chair, so that's going to be roughly 215,000, all in. So benefits, salary, computer, all of that stuff. Yeah, tips included.
Okay, so can we add, I guess, so my request is if we can add that number to the motion to make it very clear, because in that scenario, what is, I just think it's important for the sake of clarity, what is actually allocated if this passes.
Yeah, we'll add that in.
Okay, so that's 215,000. Is that right?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, yes, I'll just get my staff to double check my math. I'm a CA, I can't add, so.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I can ask my next question if that makes sense.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, and so what I wonder maybe first from administration is, I guess another possibility is if it would maybe make sense to start with 1 FTE instead of going immediately to 2. And I just wanted to hear some administration's thoughts on that.
Who'd like to speak to that? Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. We definitely could entertain that if that's the council's wishes. We do have an audit plan that comes back to audit and finance in June, right at the end of June. So we would be doing an audit plan based on those resourcing at that time. You know, I'm going to be honest, finding people to staff this is very difficult right now. There's very few people with the skill who do this job. So that's my concern right now is, okay, when am I actually going to get 2 butts into seats? So going to 1 would alleviate some of that pressure, but again, fully understand whatever direction council wants to go on this.
Okay, so I want to check in with the mover right away. With that in mind, I see, like, for the record, I understand the thought behind this. I am inclined to consider supporting it, but I also wonder if, based on what we just heard from Mr. Anderson about whether or not we'd actually be able to hire 2 FTEs, if we might start with 1 this year, knowing that we're doing a budget again in 8 months, less than 8 months, and then could see how it's going with that 1 FTE and potentially add on again at that time. So I want to check with the mover to see whether he's potentially interested in reducing it to 1 for this year.
Okay, yeah, I'll ask Councillor Sickley's. Go ahead.
I am not, and I could spin it in another direction. Once you're looking for people, you're going to have multiple applications. You can choose 2 from those.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zakidniak, any more questions?
Yeah, well, I guess just some comments where my concern with this direction is that we could end up with an FTE unfilled and then have increased residents' taxes accordingly, and for a position that we're not able to fill. And so based on that, I don't know that I'll be able to support this. I do support the intention, but I think that it also makes sense to put plans in place that we feel fairly confident that we can execute on. And I'm not sure, it sounds like there's not full confidence that we would be able to execute on this plan this year.
So I'm going to have to give it some more thought, but that's my hesitation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Flores, are you on the line? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I had a similar concern in terms of our timeline. I do support what this is trying to achieve, and it's reassuring that we hear the same thing from our CFO. But in terms of being able to fill it in the planning of it all, would it make sense to plan this into our, again, because we're coming to the next budget in a few months, into that budget, so we're not trying to find money for it now, and it's just built into the budget. And I'm not sure if it's possible to direct administration to start the process to get this going, to be hired in the 2026 budget. Is that possible?
No, they would need commitment for the budget, I would assume, to do that. Is that fair to say? Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
So yes, through the chair. So great question, Councillor Flores. This will automatically, like when I add 2 FTEs and I'm only adding 0.07 to the mill rate this year, it will automatically add another 0.7 to the mill rate next year to fund this position fully. That being said, it's 2 FTE on 3,000. So we will have that in there as part of our increase for next year. In terms of being able to hire, so for your second part of your question, there is a shortage of people with this skill set. If we happen to find 2 qualified, skilled people, I would love to bring them on board. If we are unable to find 2 qualified, skilled people, I would have to come back to council and just give an update as to where we are in terms of the hiring. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the way I'd be looking at it.
And then what would happen in the chance that you are not able to find the people during this time and we've increased that mill rate, unless the budget is there, would that be just rolled into next year's budget? How do we manage those things?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
So yes, through the chair. So for this year, if we were unable to find people, it would obviously go in towards our overall vacancy number and be a deduction of our overall salaries budget variance analysis. Going into next year, assuming that these 2 positions, we were still trying to find those, they would go into next year's budget as 2 FTE.
Okay. And just to elaborate a little bit more on Councillor Fro's earlier question, I heard that you do agree that these would be a good addition. Do you feel confident in the timeline for this year and that we could potentially find the 2 people by at least the end of the fiscal year or before the next budget?
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Sorry, so am I confident we'll be able to find these 2 people? Yeah, on a scale of, right now, I love talking about accounting stuff. There is a shortage. That's all. In Western Canada, there's a shortage of professional accountants, and especially for this type of role. While I've been in internal audit, a lot of accountants don't find it very sexy. I think it's very valuable, and I think it's a very good role for a strong person. But at this point, to say I'd have two qualified people by June, end of June, I'd probably say less than 50%. But like I said, we're not going to find people if we don't look. So that would be the first step.
All right. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Rasevich. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, this falls in line with one of the things I ran on, is transparency and accountability, and having obviously more people in place to give us that, I think would be very important. But the contradiction for me this year is an increase in the mill rate. So for me, it's like, what do I do? I got to give both to the people that I represent. So we had our chance yesterday with my amendments, and obviously none of my amendments went through, whether it was bike lanes, transit, or HR, so I hear other council members talking about they don't maybe want to support this because of an increase in mill rate. When we had our chance to reduce the mill rate and get these positions. But at the same side, you have to look at these positions, hopefully we'll find some efficiencies, just as Councillor Seacliffe was saying. You know, in other cities, they've had these positions and found efficiencies and found money. So I think, you know, I'm just sharing my points of view on this. And obviously those are hard positions to fill. So I probably will support this, and I can sell this to the people on the street, no problem.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turnbull, go ahead.
Hi. I think this is a really worthwhile thing to do, and hearing good advice on it, but that mill rate increase, when we're working so hard to squeeze it down. So I was wondering if Councillor Seacliffe would be amendable to maybe doing 1 FTE for...
So I think he's already commented that he's not open to 1 FTE.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that part.
He did make that comment.
Okay, so this is the final one then?
Yeah.
And, okay. I think that's it for me.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, I will go back to Councillor Sickles to close on this one. And actually, sorry, just before, I'll make a comment. I will say, given the commentary hearing from admin, yes, it may be challenging to find the positions, but I do agree with the sentiment. If we don't look, we won't find them. So given the acknowledgement of the value in finding efficiencies and the background information that my colleague Councillor Sickles provided, I'll be supporting this amendment. So, and then I'll put it to Councillor Sickles to close on this.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. It sounds like this will pass, but even so, I just want to remind people that here are the benefits. We're going to ensure accountability. The City Auditor General acts as an independent watchdog, holding us accountable and administration accountable for the stewardship of public funds. This helps ensure that the taxpayers' money is used appropriately and aligns with the public interest. It promotes transparency. By conducting independent audits, the office provides objective, fact-based reports that make municipal operations and financial management visible to the public and elected officials, fostering trust in government process. It enhances efficiency and effectiveness. The audits identify inefficiencies, waste, or mismanagement in city operations, offering recommendations to improve service delivery and resource use, which can lead to cost savings and better outcomes for residents. It safeguards our public assets. A strong Auditor General's office helps protect municipal assets such as infrastructure, IT systems, and housing by identifying risks like fraud, cybersecurity vulnerabilities, or poor maintenance practices. Number 5, it supports good governance. This office provides city councils with evidence-based insights, not feelings, to inform decision-making, helping to uphold principles of fairness, equity, and compliance with laws and policies. And lastly, it builds public confidence. When citizens see that an independent body is overseeing municipal spending and operations, it strengthens their trust. T-R-U-S-T, something that's greatly lacking in this city, and we need to build that back up in local government, especially in an era of increasing scrutiny over public expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote, please. So I'll just check in with Councillor Flores online if you are signed in to vote.
I am, but it is not showing. It's not popping up.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, maybe just give us your verbal vote then.
Sure, in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Basinski, the motion passes in a vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor were Councillors Mancinelli, Fro, Burton, Bezo, Rasevich, Turnbull, Seeklees, Flores, and yourself, Mayor. Voting against were Councillors Radens and Zakidniak.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go back to Councillor Sickleys for the main operating and capital budget. So back to you.
You mean questions on it?
If you have any comments, questions, or otherwise, so it's back, it's no longer in the amendment, it's back to the overall. So if there's any further comments or questions or otherwise, you have about 4.5 minutes.
I don't know if this is the place to do it. I was going to ask. No, it's not. No, I don't have anything.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Thanks.
And you have no further, so there's the second round, so just checking no further amendments or otherwise to bring
No,
forward for you?
no, I'm done.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will move to Councillor Mancinelli. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, a good news story, and I'm just following up on administration on how it appears in the budget. The whole brown cart recycling reuse program, I think there's about a $500,000 savings you guys planned out. Very impressed with the reuse, the thought. Just wondering how that appears in our budget for those savings so the residents know how that money's saved out of their pocket. I guess I can fill time right now. Just for those who don't know, when we changed to the yard waste program, we took the old brown carts. When people moved to smaller carts, we put blue lids on top of them and reused them as full-size recycling bins so we didn't have to buy new blue carts. Every year, we set aside about $200,000 per waste stream, yard waste, blue carts, and
So Councillor
brown
Mancinelli, I
carts.
think that's for the utility budget, and we're
Oh,
just
does that
on-
line up with utility?
Yeah. Or, no, it's not?
Well, the reason I ask is because it's under solid waste
Hold
collection.
on, stop, hold on 1 second. Yeah. So I'll just ask admin, I'll ask Mr. Doney just to clarify if it's general operating or utility.
Through the chair, it's general operating.
Okay, thank you.
Or
Sorry for
capital.
the interruption.
No problem. I thought I read my budget book right.
Much for bringing something forward of real positive nature. So yes, we have, with the switch out of our brown cards, so if you want to pay less on your water and waste bill, you can call the city and have a smaller brown cart. And so we've got lots of larger brown carts that came into inventory, and instead of recycling them and disposing of them, we are putting different lids on them so that we can utilize the cost savings. And so where you see that in the budget book is our capital program for replacement of brown carts. We're not increasing that with inflation over the next number of years. We're keeping that steady, even though we are expecting some increases on resin and those kind of things. And of course, there's a fair bit of unknown with those costs because some of that material is coming across borders. So we did not increase that right now, knowing that we're going to have some cost savings there and a large inventory to work through.
Okay, I thought I made a mistake in how I was interpreting the budget book because I saw the efficiency, out of $500,000, but it's still being charged through. Okay, I don't know how to react to that. You'll have to just give me a second. I thought it was a good news story, and now I'm kind of puzzled. Yeah, please explain a bit further. That just sounds counter to common sense.
No, through the chair, and so maybe I'll just clarify is that typically we would increase our capital budgets due to inflation, and so we did not do that in this case because we have some cost efficiencies that we're going to see. So we're not going to be replacing as many cars as we expected, so we don't need to increase that budget in the future. We're holding the line on that.
Okay. Oh, you went and you shot a grenade in my head, and I just had 50 questions hit me all at once, and it just hit me like this. We replaced 15,000 carts for a savings of $490,000. Every year we collect 290, 220, and another 220 for the 3 streams of refuse we pick up and recycling. And our savings is that we're not updating them to the costs that we might generate from an increase in cost. But every year, we can't be replacing 7,000 carts, can we, out of every stream?
Through the chair, I'm just going to ask Ms. Kleem to give a bit more details on that. And so our cost to replace carts is variable, obviously depends on what's occurring. So we're replacing more brown carts and blue carts because of their condition, and we are replacing a lot more blue carts in recent years as their condition is not that great. So just ask Ms. Kleem if she can walk through a bit of those numbers and
Yeah,
get
I'd
a bit more
appreciate
details.
the raw numbers of what we actually replaced so I can understand what's represented in the budget book.
So thank you through the mayor. The replacement that we go through is, like our bins have a life cycle, and so as our bins start to age out, we will be regularly turning them over. In the budget, we've tried to keep that number steady as an even amount going forward. As Mr. Doney said, we are aware that resin products from the US might be impacted, so this is our best knowledge with where we're at today. That cost could change, but we expect to continue to turn over replacement of these bins as they age out and expansion as the city grows and new residences come in. We'll be placing them out there. The savings for rehabilitating the brown to blue is approximately $100,000 per year.
How many bins do we actually replace a year?
Through the mayor, let me just see if I can grab that information. Through the mayor, so currently we're expecting for waste and recycling, we would be replacing about 4,000. And for green, they're quite new, and so we are expecting only about 500 to 800 for green would need to be replaced in a single year.
And
Okay.
Through the chair, I did mention this as part of the general budget, but it is part of the solid waste reserve and the user fees, so not directly tied to taxes, but still very important conversation and relevant.
Appreciate it. So if we replaced 15,000 carts in 2023 for a cost of, I'm going to guess $490,000 because that's what we saved on buying blue carts, and we're collecting to the magnitude of 310, 510, $730,000 a year, but we're only replacing 4,500 carts. That sounds like about a $500,000 overrun per year for what we're collecting. And I've watched this category for a number of years now, and I understood the lead up to the green cart program and the having to build up a reserve of carts and buy enough carts for everyone in the city leading up to that program, but we've implemented now. And I understand the whole idea of the cost rise over the years, but looking at 4,500 carts over just under $750,000, it looks like we're continuing to jump the shark in years going forward. So I'm going to maybe, we can update this next year. You can get tighter numbers for the change after we've done this and be a little bit tighter with the number of carts we replace every year as well as the replacement plan for the years. But I'm going to suggest that maybe there's $300,000 on the floor right now that we're collecting that you guys found an efficiency for that my residents aren't getting a piece of. So I would like to suggest that we pull $100,000 respectively this year out of refuse cart replacement for garbage, recycling, and yard waste accordingly, and put that towards the savings on the mill rate that we're looking to gain for our public this year. And those line items can be found on pages 137 and 138, A1163, A1276, and A1277.
Mr. Doney, do you have a...
Through the chair, just to provide some context of where things are paid for, and definitely in future years, and probably even this week, we can give a bit more details on carts that we replace and individual costs. But this is all as part of the solid waste user fee. And so we are planning to come back to council in 26, 27 budget to update the user fee. There's many things that are changing, obviously, within the solid waste, so the garbage, the blue carts and the green carts. And so as part of that review, we'd be looking at this. It's a small portion of it, but still very important, and that would come forward in the 26, 27 budget.
Appreciate the comments and the context. As I mentioned, it sounds like you were thinking in the same line as I was, that there's been a change to the system and it has to be reviewed. Going through my tenure on council, I know that user fees, I believe, are recalculated or analyzed every 4 years. Is that correct?
Through the chair, just repeat that, please.
You do an in-depth analysis of the user fees for the collection system and such in 4-year intervals?
Yeah, through the chair. So we just introduced, or council approved the user fees for solid waste in January of 2024, and so we built that on a 5-year model. However, we will review it regularly, and because of the changes that have happened recently with SAS Recycle and things like that, we're going to be doing it more frequently, so we'll come back in the 26-27 budget.
Yeah, so with that, it makes me think I found a little bit of cream on top here, and I'm going to let my motion stand if I can get a seconder. I think that's a little bit of savings.
Yeah, Councilor Mancinelli, can you
Repeat it?
relay the motion again?
Yeah, I'm going to propose that we pull $100,000 out of the solid waste collection and disposal plan that's presented on page 137. The categories are A1163, refuse cart replacement under garbage. Sorry, I should put these on so I can read. A1276, refuse cart replacement recycling. And A1277, refuse cart replacement food and yard waste. So each one of those categories gets 220,000, 220,000, and 290,000 respectively. So I'm going to propose that we pull 100,000 off each of those streams. Administration just said they also realized the change that's happened with our solid waste collections. They were planning to review this. I think that a little bit of analysis between the information on the efficiency from repurposing carts, the amount of carts used, as well as the amount of carts that we distribute per year, revealed that the efficiency might be available right now, and we should pass that along to our residents in this tight year.
Okay, so just to get all the details, I'm going to ask, just so we have the context of all the numbers, so that adds up to 300,000 total, 100,000 from each of those categories, is that right? So I'll ask, yeah, so there's 3 categories. I heard A1163, A1276, and A1277, 100,000 from each, adding up to 300,000. Did I get that right? So I'll just ask Mr. Anderson, from a mill rate perspective, because I'm hearing that's what we're putting it towards, is to reduce the mill rate?
Yeah.
Okay. From a mill rate perspective, if that's the number, can you speak to that?
Yes, through the chair, can you give me some time so my team can just double check the numbers? Thank you.
Yeah, we can take, how?
Why don't we take our break?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So let's take a 10-minute recess and we'll let them look at that. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna get started right away here, so if folks can take their seats, please.
I made it very clear there was.
Okay. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. I guess we should go to admin. I don't know if it's Mr. Anderson. Okay, Mr. Anderson, I'll let you show us your findings.
Thank you, and through the chair. So this wouldn't have any impact on the mill rate. This is a transfer between reserves and capital projects. And maybe and then flows through to our user fees. And I'll pass it off to Mr. Doney to explain how that works.
Through the chair, thanks for that. So as mentioned, our solid waste services, so garbage, recycling, and green carts are paid for by a user fee that's on your water bill. So around $193 if you have a smaller cart, and I think it's $270 and change if you have a larger cart. And so this funds these cart replacements. So the motion there going forward, I think, is reasonable based on the cost savings that we've seen. There's some risk, of course, because we have resin that we don't exactly know the cost because it's coming from the States, but I think this is reasonable. It will not have any impact on the mill rate, and we would consider this change when we bring things forward for 26-27 with the overall user fee modeling. And so some other big changes on the user fee, like we talked about a few weeks ago, was SAS Recycles, and so we're seeing about $1.6 million less in processing, and we have a food and yard waste contract out right now that we're not clear on what those costs are going to be, but all that would come forward in the 26-27 budget.
So just to be clear, it wouldn't impact the mill rate, but would it be fair to say then that we could expect a identification of where this would potentially impact the user fees?
Through the chair, yes, we would bring that forward when we update those on a regular basis. So right now, we plan to do the modeling to update that for the 26-27 budget.
Okay, I just wanted that quick clarification. I'll put it back to Councillor Mancinelli.
I'm just going to clear up what I heard there. Okay, so I am looking at the rate budget. This is capital budget it's laid out in. I did find the correct savings, and they were a reasonable ask. But even though this is in the capital budget, this is a user fee program. Now, does that mean that the user fee program is paid from the capital budget?
Yeah, through the chair. So let's look at page 137. And so what we're referring to is these cart replacements. And you see that they're funded from the sanitary landfill reserve. So that's the solid waste reserve.
Oh, okay.
So
I see my mistake. Thank you.
No, and I think it's an excellent question. So, no, it's good.
Okay. I guess so at the end of the day, $300,000 found is $300,000 found. It was a valid find. You guys found it first by your program, so thank you. I materialized it by the motion. You think it's in order. And I think if people want to speak to it, second it, or whatever they want, it should be someone else's job from here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. So I'll just make sure what we have up on the screen is right. Maybe just... yeah, we just need to remove the mill rate decrease, and I think we need to... sorry, Mr. Doney, I'll maybe let you speak to that.
Through the chair, I think it's reasonable. I would just remove the solid waste disposal plan. So remove $100,000 from each of the categories that you got there, totaling $300,000.
And then with respect to potential adjustments, I think we should probably call that out to the adjustment. So how would you articulate that to the fees?
To be considered in the modeling, let me backtrack, to be considered in the user fee recommendations for the 26-27 budget.
I do have a question about this, actually.
Go ahead.
So the money was labeled out to come from because you can't direct a fund from a dedicated reserve to a different resource. That's why I can't move it to save the mill rate. I answered my own question. Thank you.
Okay, so you're good, Councilor Mancinelli? Okay, so I will look for a seconder on this motion. Councilor Turnbull, thank you. And with that, I will open to questions from our colleagues on this, if there are any. And seeing no questions, I will ask the clerk to start.
Sorry, Mayor, I have a question.
I didn't see your hand there.
Come on, you should know it.
Sorry about that, Councillor. I didn't have the screen for your hand up. Go ahead, Councillor Zakiniak.
Great. Can you put it on the screen again, please? Like, I can't see it. Okay. Uh-oh. Still can't, but I think...
We're working on it. 1 second.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. So, just to be clear, so, the $100,000 removal from each category, removing it now allows, I heard that administration supports this, yes or no?
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Doney to just confirm.
Through the chair, I think it's a reasonable motion, and we don't have any concerns.
Okay, and then, if it's to be removed now, when administration has to come back to us with changes to the user fee for moving forward, like for 2026 and beyond, this allows them to assess the impact that this would have on user fees, since we're going to be making changes to user fees anyway. Like, is that a good summary of
Through the chair, that's correct.
how? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so now I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Councillor Flores, are you able to see the vote, or do you need to vote manually or verbally?
I'm still not able to see the vote, so I have to vote manually.
Okay, so I'll get your vote.
In favor.
Thank you.
Mayor, the amendment passes 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. Councilman Mancinelli, back to you on the original budget motion.
Thank you. Following up, I appreciated the consolidation of the capital carry forward and the return to reserves. Recognition of the projects that, decided to either put on hold or wrap up. Trying to understand the polls on administration. I was just wondering what the next three items that were up for return from the capital carry forward. If you had to cut deeper, what were the next three items up for debate when you were considering that decision?
Who would like to speak to that? Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'll start. I'm not sure I'm going to answer the question, but I'll try. That list was brought forward because they were either projects that were completed or funding not needed for a variety of different reasons. And so there is nothing else on the list. Those are all of them. If we're looking at reducing the capital plan, then of course we could have that conversation, but there's nothing else on the list that we'd recommend to cut on the capital plan right now.
I understand the recommendation. What I'm trying to understand is there must have been a couple projects that had questionable quotes given for them, or maybe progress wasn't as far as you thought should be, or you were questioning it, but it was far enough that you thought it should go forward. There had to be a nip and tuck in those considerations. I could read some of those items were dead in the water, rightfully so. I'm trying to understand the depth of your decision for how you drew that and how those decisions come together. I know some of these capital carry forwards go for a long time. They're denoted inside the budget book, and here again, trying to understand the line of sight given. Does that clear up anything?
Yeah, I think so. I'll take a stab at it and ask Ms. Sigwin to give a bit more detail. So yes, across the capital plan, you do see some carry forward in different projects, and some small, some high. And so typically carry forward is there for a few different reasons. One, it might mean work is done out of a budget cycle, and what I mean by that, instead of being done within the construction year, it might go from October of one year till April of another year, because whether it's a facility or whether it's a water system. Other things can change where we might be looking at land control. And so if we don't have land control, we can't move forward on a particular project. And so we'll have some carry forward more than what we had expected. Another item that I know we ran into is contaminated sites. And so if we are starting a project and we do some initial testing and we find out that there's contamination on there, then that stops the project. We then work back to see who is the responsible for that and work with the province to try to address that. So those are a few examples of why you might see carried forward. If there's ever a time where we have learned something that we don't think the project should proceed, then we would give that money back, and there's no need to keep it going in long term.
Appreciate that.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair, just from my budget team, every project we could possibly find to lessen the impact of the mill rate onto constituents, we did. So we didn't have any, from a budgeting perspective, that we were on the fence, like you said. If we felt that we could return that money, we did that.
Understand, and not a matter of lack of trust. The weights put towards decisions and the trust put in administration, you know, I have to earn people's trust, and I also have to have trust earned from me. I really appreciate that capital carry forward consolidation. Thinking of some of the stalled projects that I've seen through the city and trying to see if any would show into consideration, I might not want to force a reconsideration motion through this meeting, but I'm also trying to gauge the decisions put before me for things I can't identify. So I ask questions like this for things I can identify. And that's why I'm asking for this information right now. If it's too intricate a question, I'll accept you just saying it's too intricate, and I'll go away with it. But if you can't answer it, that helps me gain line of sight for the decisions you're asking me to back, and that gives me more confidence in backing them. Through the chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair. Appreciate that, Councilor Mancinelli. And like I said, we believe everything that has carry forward in the plan is a project that we need to continue on with.
Okay.
We did our best to find stuff. If it was truly stalled, we wanted it back. We didn't want to have anything kind of dangling out there. To Mr. Doney's point, hard to know some unknowns when you start opening up streets, all that kind of stuff. But from our perspective, we tried our best to find as much money in the carry forward as we could.
You seem very eager and positive in your new position, so I really believe that you did. And once again, please don't take my questions as doubt. I'm trying to gain trust.
No, appreciate it.
Okay. I believe it was Amendment 14 that Councillor Bizo moved. It was to do with the restructuring of upper management. I believe it was up for a 1% mill rate. I'd like to move on that amendment, but I'd like to relabel it to 0.5% mill rate and the associated money. And the reason I'm doing that is for all the good reasons that were explained in the first round of debate on it. Since my time in this chair, witnessing the budget of 2017, the hourglass analogy, some of the employee surveys, some of the comments from the different union leaders that I've witnessed through my tenure in this chair, my time on the Audit and Finance Committee, and knowing how quickly 4 years goes and trying to accomplish the job we have, I think that this restructuring has to start immediately, and that's why I'm putting this back on the floor. Once again, during the first round of debate, I listened to the information given by administration. It merited to be taken under advisement, and I tried to amend the original motion to match up with some of the information portrayed that I wasn't aware of. I've amended it considering the information given. This is a matter that I have heard about from outside of this room, from those in our community. Organization structure charts are a little bit sparse and hard to follow through. And so a lot of this, I'm going from what I've witnessed and what I lived through. I hope you guys support it.
Okay, so the amendment on the screen is correct, Councilor Mancinelli? Just to double check before I look for a seconder.
Yeah, I think that reads properly. And
Okay.
once again, these are going to have to be measured positions because there's a lot of important jobs to do. I just think that we have grown too much at the top.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder for this, Councillor Sickleys. Okay, and with that, I will look for any questions from colleagues on this. I'll go Councillor Zakiniak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, I'd like to hear from administration about their thoughts on this amendment.
Okay, who would like to speak to that? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. I would say our comments would be similar to when it was a 1%. This is still asking us on the floor of council to change how we resource the work that we committed to doing, driven by our current service levels and asks of council with the fewest possible staff. We put forward a budget that had 0 padding in it, and again, asking for less than the police, less than real, with significantly more expenses. So I don't really think I have anything new to offer or say on this motion.
Right, thank you. Just wanted a reminder of where, for all of us. But also, and I think you had suggested last time the other motion came up, what would be a preferred path from administration if council wishes to examine whether we have the appropriate allocation for management level positions and consultants and just some of the concerns noted in this amendment. Can you repeat what your preferred path would be?
Councilor Zakiniak, was that admin that said that?
Yeah, I thought I had heard last time we talked about this, where it's like, okay, well, instead of us making up a number on the floor of council, I believe it was suggested perhaps through audit and finance, like I actually can't recall. That's why I'm asking if someone, and I can't recall if it was the city manager or Mr. Anderson or who said it, but if anyone has, so instead of us, regardless of who said it, but instead of us coming up with a arbitrary number on the floor of council, what would be the preferred path to examine whether we have the appropriate staffing at the city?
So, Councillor, I'll say I think I might have spoke to that a little bit, unless somebody from admin remembers saying anything to that. Because I think I spoke to, I'll just highlight what I said quickly. What I spoke to was using performance management process for all staff with clear objectives, clear data-driven information in the way that we make those decisions to clearly identify the effectiveness of different areas. So that was something that that is still my stance right now. I wouldn't look towards putting a blanket number on it either way. I would rather do it through a data-driven approach. So that, if that was the comment you were thinking of, that was my comment.
Well, sure, that one works too. Okay, well, yeah, I guess I'll just say, my thinking certainly aligned with what you said in terms of a better approach, Mayor, and I think that it is really important that we are using data-driven approaches to evaluate our services, our staffing, and what we do as a city. And so I want to be sure that I have all the information, the best information available before making a decision. And so I don't have that available to me right now. I don't know if this is the right number. I am certainly open to exploring whether we have appropriate staffing levels at the city, but I don't think this is the way of this isn't doing that. This is just making an arbitrary cut. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councillor Radens, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Just so I have some clarification in regards to consultants. Consultant positions. So is there like internal or external consultants that work for the city?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
So through the chair, my colleague can counsel me, I don't think we have like a consultant as an actual staff member. We use consultants for things like design of projects, working out projects. Technically, our auditors are consultants. So like when you look at that line item, our auditors would be consultants. They obviously don't work for the city. They do work for council, but it wouldn't be there. And maybe, you know, in my look of it, I haven't seen a material number of consulting employees, if any.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, I'd have to look deeper, but I do feel that there are some positions internally that have the word consultant in it. I don't know if they're in scope, out of scope, but Ted, maybe you have more
Go ahead, Mr.
information on
Schley.
that.
Thank you, through the chair, and to Councillor Mancinelli. So, yes, we do. I don't know how many, but we do have the title. There's also external consultants, like we hire ABC Consulting Co. or whatever. In your moving of this, if I could ask a clarification question just to clarify this. In your moving of this motion, were you thinking of consultants like we write a check to ABC Consulting Co.? Or were you thinking of folks with that title internally who may be not exactly manager level and above?
Yeah, at the heart of the matter, I think what I want to accomplish with this motion is the filling of in-scope positions for the day-to-day work to be done.
Yep.
Troubleshooters being hired to stomp out fires, being put to bed, and a properly aligned staff to do the duties for the levels of service we need. When the term consultant's used, I can think of like some departments with a 300% turnover rate and multiple positions empty, where those jobs that have to happen on a regular basis are farmed out. And sometimes when a person gets hired, it's claimed as an efficiency from not having to hire consultants anymore. But that would be some of the mismatch that trying to come through and put to an end.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. That's
no problem.
The actual, like an actual external contractor consultant.
Yeah. So right now I find this to be a lot of top-down, not bottom-up movements. And I think we have to concentrate on the staff who perform the duties, get them vested in their positions and filled out so they're not overworked, as well as the middle managers who have to do the extra performance when they're not filled, and get rid of the troubleshooters that are kind of just putting the fires out day to day. This is my analogies. I'm not in administration all the time, but when you're staring around trying to label things, that's the kind of words that fall in your head.
Councilman, yeah, I was just going to say it's back to Councilor Radens, and then you'll still have a chance to close.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so is it community consultants? So those are all external, like, so you have internal, I think I heard there are consultants internally. So I'm not coming to, and so with this, when we say consultants, I'm not interested in our internal consultants. Is there a way that we can amend that to say external consultants?
Go ahead, Mr.
Or would it?
I don't want to craft the motion, that's not my role, but as I understand it, we're talking about external consultants,
Okay, thank you.
not staff
So
of
then,
the city.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That clarifies it. Sorry,
Is that-
I must have missed it the first time.
I just want to clarify, is that accurate? We're looking at,
Where did we change it, sorry?
I didn't hear external consultants from Councilor Mancinelli, so I just want to be
Yeah,
clear.
I am fine with it being external. Once again, I want resources within the city being able to deliver the services the residents need. Every time we have to go out of the city for something like that, yeah, I want people trained and ready.
Okay, thank you. You're, okay, so you guys are okay with that?
I'm just going to go to Councilor Fro. Councilor Fro, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. Just given the language around external consultants, there's potential conflict of interest if we're looking to reduce or ban or what have you. So I'd like to declare a conflict and recuse myself from the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Fro. Yeah, oh yeah. No.
Oh my God.
Okay, Councilor Radens, just hold on until Councilor Fro.
Yep.
You don't need to run. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Radens.
Okay, so Okay, I would like to entertain another friendly amendment, that it does not come out of emergency services. Can we, like, positions do not come out of emergency services? Can we,
So I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli to comment on that for his, to see if that's friendly or not.
Well, once again, like I said, this is from the outside looking in. I've seen what I believe to be positions show up, but I don't get to vet the positions or the decisions tight enough. Someone might be in emergency services, but they might not actually be performing duties that are of emergency. So to try to get names like that, I think that's more detailed than needs to be. And you know what, I have to have some faith in administration too, that they'll make smart choices on how they obtain this money, you know. There's got to be a responsibility behind it. That's what they're paid for.
Okay, so you want to keep it as is?
I would prefer it.
okay.
Cool. So Councillor Radens, it's up to you whether you want to, or if you're okay with that still, or if you want to amend, do a separate amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you for your input there, and I will leave it as is.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Flores. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Through to Mayor, I do see the merit of this, but as the initial, when we first talked about this, my concern is just doing it in a way that we're just directing a number without that data that would support how to do that. But I do see the merit of this, so I'm wondering if now or when would be a good time or place to maybe direct administration to take the remainder of 2025 to plan for this, so this could be presented to us in the next year's budget. So it's something that we're asking for today, I guess. However, not right now, because I also have the concerns of we don't have enough data to just prescribe a number, right? But like with the goal of, 1.5 million or, something along those lines, and how to do it so that we give them time to be able to do this in a way that's not haphazard, I guess, or just, without that data component of it.
So Councillor Flores, I guess, is that a question to Councillor Mancinelli?
I guess to both. Like, I'm not sure what Councillor Mancinelli thoughts are on doing that, and to administration, if that's something that it's even a possible ask.
I think we'll start with Councillor Mancinelli, because if that isn't amenable, then it's kind of a moot point. So I'll go to Councillor Mancinelli. Did you understand what Councillor Flores was getting at?
I did understand. Being my third term, I know how fast 4 years goes. Being part of an efficiency review in 2022, I know that sometimes you can have the best intention to study and to find great data and to try to implement, but it spins in a circle and goes nowhere. So for me, instead of having windows stall out on me, I think we have to make a change, because budget day is this week, and this is when we decide the outcomes for our residents' money. I think this is an important matter. I also think it affects the morale as well as the staff internally in this building and other buildings that are in charge. And I think it sets a tone for trying to look more for a bottom-up organization instead of a top-down. And I think that's an important tone to set for our duration of our term.
Okay. So Councillor Flores, Councillor Mancinelli would like to stick with his original amendment. Any other questions from you?
Yes, so should administration not be able to do this? Like, what would be the next steps? Or if we direct them to do this, they just have no choice, they need to figure it out one way or another, regardless of the consequences?
So I guess you want administration to comment of the implications of this amendment?
I guess, like, I understand from what they said earlier, right? Like, I understand that, and I'm trying to...
Because I just want to rehash the same questions as all, so I...
And I don't, because they did say that, so I'm just trying to understand, because I do support the spirit of this. Like, I think it is important for us to review the way that we are staffed, and if they're, because it's not the first time I hear this, like I have heard this in other occasions in terms of like, are we doing our best in terms of how we're staffed, but I'm just concerned about doing it like this. So I'm just trying to get a better sense of, to me, it seems like working for this towards the next budget and making it a goal then would be a good idea. But I'm not sure if we can direct them, right? Because it would have to be up to Councilor Mancinelli to decide whether or not he's okay with that. And as he said, he'd rather not, so.
So Councilor
Okay,
Flores, your mechanism would be to make an amendment yourself. That would be the mechanism to do that.
All right, I think at this time I will, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the clerk to kind of walk through what you're saying could look like.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Flores, the easiest thing for you to propose to Councilor Mancinelli would be that the motion would include a directive for administration to report back to, say, executive committee by Q2 or Q3 with the proposed plan. I mean, if you want to have an understanding of what the impact's going to be, keeping in mind you've told the city manager to do this, then she would be reporting back with an updated plan so that there'd be no surprises. So your
So would
option
it be just like a refer back to administration?
or
to
just to direct administration to provide a status report to executive committee by Q3 or something like that?
Question to follow up on that. So this controls the spend for a balanced budget. If we're asking for a report, do we actually affect the spend?
No. Well, yes and no, because you're not going to save $1.5 million at the end of tomorrow. It's going to take until the end of the year.
Yeah.
So by October, for example, maybe they've identified 1.5 million in savings. I'm just trying to...
Yeah, understand the mechanism, want to make sure that it was in line was all. And there again, being this was for a half a year, wouldn't the results of the change just be something that was reported, or do we have to ask for that?
Through you, Mayor, it's all in the hands of council right now. Do you want to report? Do you want to just direct the city manager to do this? Do you want to be aware of what the impact might be? Or are you just saying, make sure that when the new budget comes forward in 26, that we see that there had been a further reduction of 1.5 million? I'm just trying to keep this real simple for you.
Then I think I would move with the amendment of the report. Just because, like I said, I support the spirit of this, but I want to be cautious of not doing it in a way that doesn't give us that data. I think that's important because I think that would inform future decisions as well.
Okay. So give us one.
You're working on spreadsheets. Could be worse, eh?
No, I don't want to hold off on that. That's got to come off this budget. She wants to solve her reports. We don't have to do it. So either you trust them to make decisions we put them up to, or you don't.
Okay, let's get to our seats here. We were just waiting for the amendment to be written up here, so. Okay, so Councillor Flores, can you see the amendment on the screen?
Yep.
Okay, can you confirm if that is what you were looking for?
1 second. And I think I would like to add the specific stuff that Councilor Mancinelli had in terms of out-of-scope management level positions.
That would be implied because it's it's
Okay.
an amendment on the original one, original amendment.
Okay. Sure, yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, yeah.
That looks okay?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll look for any, sorry, I need a seconder for the amendment to the amendment.
Mayor, I can second it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Zakidniak. Okay, with that, I'll open it up to questions on the amendment to the amendment from Councilor Flores. And I see Councilor Sickleys, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had this pressed.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Councilor Turnbull? Okay. Councilor Mancinelli, questions on the amendment to the amendment?
I just have a question. So with this amendment, that would defeat the 0.5% mill rate savings and turn this into a written proposed plan instead of a actionable item for savings for our residents, correct? Is that the intention?
Is that a question to me or?
Yes, it is, Councilor Flores.
All right. Well, based on my understanding from what was shared from administration, I believe by the time that, or I think, or somebody, by the time that, because we're not able to anytime soon remove all these positions, I think that with the time that we have, it wouldn't really, I don't know that would get the savings, right? Because it's a big chunk. It's like, I'm not sure how many positions in total this would be that they would have to find, like 10, 12? Or
Is that
less?
a question to me or to administration?
I guess to your administration, whoever would know.
I would say there would be a varied amount of employees depending on the yearly wages they make or the fees the consultants charge. So that would be an administration decision to weigh on how they implement the 1.5 million in reduction in savings. There again, I would infer that administration would have the wherewithal to put it to a vetted list, maybe putting emergency people on the end of the list and maybe non-essential people at the front of the list to try to get those savings because they should be smart at their job, would be my answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I think
Councilor
because...
Flores, can I just get the clerk to quickly clarify how these
Sure.
two amendments go together?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll preface it by saying this is my interpretation of what is trying to be achieved here. Councillor Mancinelli's amendment, if I understand this correctly, he's laid out what positions he's looking at, and this is a clear direction to the city manager to identify and realize these savings so that at the end of 2025, it can be pointed to where savings of $1.5 million were achieved. My initial understanding, Councillor Flores, was that your amendment was seeking to say, yes, but we would like to see what it has looked like. The wording of this amendment right now would suggest to some people that administration is supposed to come back with a plan. My understanding from Councillor Mancinelli is not with a plan, with the results outlining what reductions took place. It's much more definitive.
I would accept that.
Well, Councillor Flores has to, but at that, I think, Councillor Mancinelli, you don't want to see the plan, you want to see the outcome.
Both. I admire a good plan. I like to understand and be a participant, but the outcomes are what our residents are looking for.
Yes, and I think on my end, I'd like to see a plan to know if it's feasible. Like if it's something that, like, because right now there is no data that we have been shown to support that this is how we achieve this and if it has any repercussions in the long term. Right, so that's where I'm at in terms of.
Okay, so we want to we want to clarify that your amendment is to get the plan but not take any action until the plan is received and then a decision would be made at that time.
Correct. And I think because the plan would support, like if the plan supports it, it's kind of like saying, okay, we have a good plan, let's go with it.
Okay.
But again, it goes back to the idea of having good data to execute on something like this.
Is it still my turn to speak to this amendment?
Yeah, it is still your turn. Yeah, that's where we're at. So go ahead.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I think I might have cut off Councillor Flores. If you just want to check in with her, I didn't mean to speak ahead of her.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Okay. I can understand the want for more data being new in position and such a big organization. Witnessing my third orientation and the information presented, I also realized that administration can cultivate what they choose or think of when presenting to us. A real easy one that I can refer to right now is an organizational chart. I did miss a month of council so far this term, but I have yet to see a proper organizational chart delivered to council members. If I'm wrong, please correct me, anyone from council right now. Has there been any organizational chart delivered to you to understand the depth and breadth of the organization you're in charge of, helping to administer? No org chart? So I think that that's a pretty critical rudimentary piece of information coming into a billion-dollar budget. So the choosing of or thinking of which information to share, I don't think I can wait for others to provide that to me because it's not always correctly provided. And I think that I have to go on intuition for this decision and push through on it. And that's where this comes from, combined with scouring 9 years worth of budgets. So I can't support this amendment because I think action's needed more than reports right now.
Okay. I think admin has a comment to make. Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I believe the organizational charts are available online. I think the other thing, because as Councillor Mancinelli said, there's a lot of new people here. I'm going to challenge the assumption that out of scope has grown significantly over the years. It has not. The numbers and the data show.
Okay, I think we won't debate on that front. I think that it's not actually called out in the amendment, so we'll leave it at that. Any other further comments on Councillor Flores' amendment? Okay, I see.
Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead. Sorry, I can't see your hand, so I'm relying on looking over. So go ahead.
I figured, yeah, no worries. So I just want to clarify then, so Councillor Flores' amendment is asking for a proposed plan, which I support, but to be clear, so because there's a proposed plan, if this passes, yes, there was the direction to, for 1.5 million, 0.5% mill rate reduction. That cannot, in my opinion, be taken out of the mill rate because we're asking for a plan. We're not executing a plan in this scenario. Can someone verify that, please?
That's correct. If for Councilor
Yeah.
Flores' amendment, that's correct.
Yeah, and I mean, to be clear, I think it is very important that we ensure we're making evidence-based decisions, and so for that reason, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Can I still speak to this, or?
At closing, you can speak to it, Councilor Flores.
Okay, yeah.
Councilor Bezo, go ahead.
Very much through the chair. So we talked about evidence-based decisions. We've got this book in front of us called the budget book. In the budget book, we talked about data points. These data points clearly indicate we have policy positions that we have spent $48 million and going in the hole. There is data. In the book, there's also front cover of the book, page number 10, we talked about our citizens want value. We have people that sat around this horseshoe and talked about smart use of money. This is an opportunity to show the people of Regina, our citizens, that we are concerned about their wishes. We have an opportunity to use the data. The data indicates we are spending too much. The data also indicates that we are not using the money smartly. And we also have the report, the budget in front of us that says what people want. I will say no to the amendment as presented.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bezo. So I'm going to go to Councilor Flores now to close on this amendment, and then we'll vote on the amendment to the amendment. So go ahead, Councilor Flores.
Thank you. Through the chair, so as I mentioned, I support the spirit of finding efficient ways to staff our organization. I think that's important. I think we can all agree on that, and the approach to that might be different for all of us. But as Councilor Mancinelli said, there's a number of us who are new, and I don't think it would be, while I trust your judgment, I still need to do my own due diligence to be well informed when making decisions that impact people's jobs, for one. I think that's important to remember here, but also how that impacts the general flow of our different departments. And I'm not saying this is not something that we should do. I'm saying let's take an approach that allows us to be informed specifically on this. Like I hear what has been mentioned about listening to the residents and show the citizens that we're using their tax dollars appropriately. I agree with that, but I would like to make sure that I can stand by and defend that decision so that when we have a report that makes sure that we're well informed on that, we can then take those savings for our next budget, which will be a 2-year budget. But I think it's important for us to do that well informed, given that many of us are new, and I don't want to feel like right now it feels like I want to see that happen, but it wouldn't be an informed decision on my end, and I'm not comfortable with that. But I do support the spirit of this, but that's why the amendment is there, to make sure that we're all well informed when we make that decision and there is confidence in that decision.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Flores. So I will ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mayor, the amendment to the amendment has been defeated in a vote of 2 against. Am I missing somebody? Councilor Fro, I'm sorry. It's been a while. 2 people voting in favor were Councilors Flores and Zakidniak. Voting against the amendment to the amendment were Councilors Mancinelli, Braddens, Burton, Bezo, Rasovich, Turnbull, Seeklis, and yourself, Mayor Brzezinski. And for the record, Councilor Fro had declared a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Okay, so we are back to the main amendment, and I'll respectfully say I think that we've talked quite a bit about this particular amendment, so unless there's some new information that anybody's looking for, I would respectfully say I could go to Councilor Mancinelli to close before we go to a vote. And the lack of lights indicates that most are in agreement, so thank you for that. Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a hard thing to ask for. Councillor Flores is right. There are repercussions that affect people from this, and they are heavy. And that's the part of this job that sucks. But people put you up to the task to try to find value in the tax dollars they entrust you with. And this is what comes with part of that responsibility at times. So support or deny, I know everyone has the right feeling at heart.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the amendment.
Mayor Brzezinski, the amendment has passed in a vote of 7-3. Those voting in favor were Councillors Mancinelli, Radens, Burton, Bezo, Rashevich, Turnbull, Seacliffe, and against were Councillors Kidniak and Flores, and yourself, Mayor Brzezinski. And again, for the record, Councillor Fro declared a conflict of interest.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, it's 4:47. I'm going to motion to recess to tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Sickleys. Any opposed? And seeing none, carried. Recess to tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.